The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers podcast, show number 414, being recorded on January the 9th, 2023. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus, also known as Jesus Walks a Lot today. I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, the Gunny Chief, Henry Merrow is back. Welcome back, Gunny. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Good to be here.
Welcome. And from Little Ohio, the Mayo, Steve Willer is back. Welcome back, Steve. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going.
Good.
You're back.
Yeah, I'm back. I made it. I'm
Wow.
alive.
For once. Wow,
Edward is back. You know, raise another
Edward's
barn.
back.
Edward is back. He's in Ohio.
Barn raisins will be done.
Nice. Did you guys do like a barn raising as a welcome back?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's like a tradition out there, isn't it? Welcome, Mayo. And anyways, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome back as well to the Horrible Gamers podcast. You can always follow us on Twitter at _Horrible Gamers. Also, join our Facebook group, Horrible Gamers Podcast Community. We have a Discord as well, which is pretty active. Get on Discord like most of the gamers in 2023. And new year, new Discord. Get in there and join the fun. Also, you can join that Discord by heading on over to our show notes and your device that you're listening to us on, Gunny. That's right, the device. You click on the Discord and it'll just take you there, whether you're on your phone, whether you're on your PC, on a tablet. It'll just take you right to our Discord. So simply head on over there and make a Discord.
No questions to answer. Just join.
Nothing. Also, a big shout out to the Patreon machines that support the show with the monies. I need to find the list here. I should always have this list.
We are ready and prepared on the show.
I don't always have this list. This is fuck. The fuck is this shit?
It is an evasive list.
This list is always like hiding from me. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Anyways, while I find that list, welcome.
Head over to Redbubble.
Yeah, head on over to Redbubble and buy some stuff. I go on this like Patreon thing and it's telling me to like change our name. I go, what are you doing? Okay, hold on. Anyways, and what else? What else do we have, Mel? Keep going with the intro.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, definitely. It's that time of year. You gotta go to Redbubble and get a sweatshirt or a hoodie or something because it's getting cold over here at least.
You can also get a notebook. Now, guys, my brother-in-law, so when he arrived from Australia, I said, here's a notebook, mate. You can write things down because he's older than me. So he's a boomer, and he loves writing things down in the Horrible Gamers notebook, which you can get on over at redbubble.com.
Nice.
Along with other things, shower curtains and stuff.
Well, anyways, I'll figure out how to pull that list by the end of the show. I can't figure it out right now. It's too much. And so head on over there, do all that good stuff. Shout out to Patreon people, and shout out to the intro and outro music made by Phantomenk, or Phantomenk.
That's it.
I don't know how to say his name. Shout out to them for making the awesome music to this show. Anyways, guys, it's a new year.
It is. We have
your resolution. You gave up shooters, right? You're not playing. You're not playing
No
Call
more.
of Duty or Battlefield anymore.
You're just going to play chess online.
I'm just gonna play Animal Crossing on Nintendo. I'm just gonna play Nintendo Switch games all year.
That's it. Just talk about that. Just be a Nintendo fanboy.
Everything on Nintendo Switch all year long, Mayo.
I bet you couldn't do it. I bet you couldn't even do it for a week.
Yeah, you're probably right. I probably couldn't even do it for a week.
It would probably be a week, right, Jesus? I mean, knowing you, it would just be like, fuck, I played fucking Kirby and Mario and everything else for like a week straight, right? And then that'd be it for like 6 months, right? It would just be everything else on
Yeah,
PC.
it would be fucked. Yeah. 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 Wouldn't be. It would be fucked.
We have any good games coming out this year? I know I may be jumping ahead over here, but
Yeah, we have lots of great games coming out this year.
Starfield, we got what else? I know that Bill Gardner put one in our chat. I could probably bring that up, but since we are talking about a new year here, so anything on that list, Mayo, or what you're looking forward to before we start talking about the games we played?
I was trying to pull up the list off the top of my head. The whole top row looked really, really good.
Starfield.
And Starfield was one of them.
You've
Another
got
one
Diablo
was
4.
Redfall. Looked kind of interesting.
That game looks pretty dope. I don't know if you guys have seen the previews from like different reviewers, but I was looking at earlier. Brink was talking about ACG's review or preview of the game, and that game looks really cool. Actually, I actually had seen it before Brink did, but Brink mentioned it, so I kind of had to watch it again because I skimmed through it the first time. And that game looks pretty cool, man. Redfall looks like an interesting game. I'm really excited for, of course, Death Stranding 2 or whatever. But I'm also excited to see what other offerings Sony has in store for us this year. As well as, I'm just really excited for Starfield. The more I've learned about that game, the more excited I've got. So, like, recently I was watching a video about it. And they're saying that in that game, Mayo, they have over 1,000 fully rendered planets.
See, I don't know. I don't really get excited. I think No Man's Sky is all I keep feeling like.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think of. But it literally is No Man's Sky, but by yourself. So as where No Man's Sky added the multiplayer later on, I'm thinking this is No Man's Sky with like a cool story to it. Because the game seems to be like a No Man's Sky game. Like they took a lot of, I feel like they took a lot of inspiration from it or something because the game is like a better looking No Man's Sky from everything that I've seen in the previews for this game. That's what it seems like to me, like a better looking No Man's Sky with a better story and voice characters or whatever. But yeah, I'm excited for Starfield, man. Like they're saying you could just land anywhere on the planets. You can have space shootouts. You can be like cruising along and going to a planet and a fucking spaceship will show up out of nowhere and you can either like dock with it or you can fight them or you can join them or whatever, you could just do a bunch of cool shit in that game, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You can also have a crew. You can have a crew gunny.
Yeah.
And customize your weapons, customize your loadouts, all that shit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I did watch the latest preview on that game. So I like how whether it's like, a podcast or whatever, like Game Informer or Xbox Unlock, it's like, oh, we went and took our, we got like several hours of gameplay or whatever. But I mean, it's nice that they only show you certain pieces to it that are, interesting or whatever. Like, I don't want to see 3 hours of a game that's not coming out for like 2 or 3 months, Like that's really a big tease. So yeah, just give me the highlights and kind of what planets you landed on and stuff. So I like it. It looks good. It's like I've said before, where I talked about like, oh, I just hope that the general audience of people that have been like, oh, I played a Fallout game once or whatever. I don't want them to think like, oh, you can pick up fucking space coffee cups on every planet, that serve no purpose or other than taking up inventory space. But I think this one looks a little different. So, like you said, with the story. So, it's a new IP. So, looks cool. And the shooting looks a lot better than like a classic Fallout 4 game or 3. So, which I enjoyed both of those games and their stories. Man, I can't think of which one I really enjoyed better. Even though Fallout 4 I completely finished. So, that one was pretty easy. I followed that all the way through. And I even played even more after that, so with the base building stuff. So, yeah, it's a good I'm all about that. And also with Diablo 4, where with Diablo 3, so my story is Jesus, where I knew those games existed. I never played Diablo 2. I was never like a PC gamer back in the day. Even though I played back in 2000, like your Tomb Raiders and stuff, but on various consoles at the time. But I remember, I think it was Wingman 709. He was playing Diablo 3, and I saw him playing like a ranged character or something. I was like, yeah, I don't know, this game's for me. And your isometrical top down fucking game or whatever. But I bit the bullet, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll buy it or whatever. It was on the cheap on Xbox by that time, so, or considered old. But man, and I must have put in like 80 hours into that game right away. It like sucked me in. And so Diablo 2, like the remake or whatever, I don't think it's a remake. It's more of a, more of an upgrade or whatever, a visual upgrade, but with some minor tweaks to it. So, but yeah, I probably put 10 hours into that so far, just because there's so many things out there to play. So, but, yeah, so definitely looking forward to something new and fresh, coming out from, those guys. So can't wait. I've only seen like little bits of gameplay. I'm like, I really don't want to save it. I don't want to even see 5 minutes of gameplay. I want to wait till it's in my hands, and I've got the pre-order going, and boom, off to the races I go. Can't wait for that. So yeah. Oh, and Forza Motorsport. So I really enjoyed Mayo. Forza 7.
Mm-hmm.
So I played that a lot on the Xbox on that OLED TV. Oh my gosh, that game looked beautiful. And
that's still a crazy game. That's one I cannot find. Like it's not on the Xbox really, and then it's not on the PC version. So it's like
if you remember, it was kind of that. So I don't even want to call it not a transition, but remember when I always call it Windows 10, right? So it never really had like traditionally Xbox games, you know what I mean? Not like on the console itself.
That was right at the beginning of it, yeah.
Right, and it was totally before Game Pass existed or cloud gaming or any of that stuff. So, but they had put that Forza 7, what was it called? Apex? I think that's what they called it.
And I remember them putting that on the PC, where it was like kind of like a demo with like one different car or maybe two different cars, and like it was raining, and I think it was like a Porsche they gave you, and it would be like raining, and then you're like, okay, this is the game, and then that's all you ever got.
No, but I think you got like a couple different cars, like a Lamborghini as well. And I think it was like two different tracks, but then a little bit later they added I think like 3 or 4 more cars for like $10, and I was a sucker and bought them. I was like, I gotta buy them all. I gotta buy the game on Xbox plus on PC, and because you figure I was kind of new to this whole gaming PC thing, right? So just before we started, this revision of HGP, and man, I thoroughly enjoyed that so much. It was so good. But a lot of it was just, just regular single player. A lot of stuff I was really just trying to beat my own times, to see how fast I can get through there. Because you figure I was new to this whole thing of, you figure 144 hertz, and now I'm up to 165, and sharp. Yeah, just sharper images and everything, and it was fresh, pulling down more than 60 frames a second, then, I feel like I'm getting best of both worlds, right? And get that OLED going with true HDR at 30 FPS, and then move over to PC. So good.
I think Forza Horizon kind of spoiled me. Like anymore, I'm not a fan of the simulation racing games, and I like more of the arcade stuff. You got just kind of that chaos that you can end up in. Like next thing you know, you're off road and doing off road races, and you never know what's going to happen. Like you get off the track or whatever. And I said, think back to the Gran Turismo days where you're just like pretty much stuck to the track. Even if you're we're crashing, you're just still there on the track. It doesn't let you leave. You see what they continue to see where, Forza Horizon, you had that exploration and you could drive around. You could anytime want to go pretty much off road, you could do it, and you could take whatever shortcut you wanted. And that kind of spoiled me, I think.
Yeah. No, Well, I guess I guess in the races on the Horizon series, you can rewind, but I know what you mean, right? If you're in that open world, yeah, there's no need to rewind. There's no timer, right?
And I
There's no
always turn
race
that
until you
off
start a
actually
race.
because you always got the bonus points for it. So I always just turn the rewind feature off on
Me too.
Horizons.
Yeah. I think the only time I ever turn it on is when you're doing a lot of those cross country races. Not a lot of them. There's a couple, right? Within each Horizon game. They're probably more in game than anything, but you know what I mean? You'll come up and it's like you feel like that race is like 6 minutes long, You get 4 minutes
Yeah,
into it.
because you go across the whole map, don't you?
Pretty much, yeah. And then you wreck
Yeah.
at 4 minutes, you're like, no way am I gonna restart this.
I
But
always
I've
think
done it.
they do the intro races pretty cool. Those get me pretty hyped, regardless
Those
of which
showcase
horse.
races and stuff were
No,
great.
like the very first race you ever do in the game, like the
Oh yeah, I
beginning, like the
gotcha.
Just
intro.
start you out, yeah. Just start
Yeah,
you
where
out
you're
there.
starting off like you'll be
Kinda.
like in a fucking Lamborghini or something,
Yeah,
then you'll
you head
switch
to like the
over.
first event or first place, and
Yeah,
they
and all the
give
cars
you
are
the different
flying.
cars. Yeah,
All the cars are flying by you, and you're flying by all the cars. That's fucking sick. That makes you. It gets you hyped for like the game, right? Because you're like driving
Yeah.
a badass supercar, and you're just fucking flying past all these other supercars, and they're flying past you, and you'll usually have like an airplane or a fucking jet or a train or
Yeah. There's passing
something.
by you. Yeah.
Yeah, something that'll go past you really fucking fast. You know what I mean? And you're like, holy fuck, I'm going as fast as a fucking airplane right now. That's fucking
it
cool.
happens. It happens every day over here. Jesus, I'm
Oh
over here
yeah.
by I'm over by an airport. We have the big airplanes
Oh
coming
yeah.
in and
So
You're
landing.
racing your Camaro?
Yeah.
Driving the
Racing?
Camaro, waiting for the snow. The snow's on the road. Going
You're
off
just
road.
racing. You're just racing airplanes down the runway. You're trying to
Yeah.
see if you can beat it.
We actually have this road actually right along the runway. I think I showed it to Evan. It runs right along the runway, and it actually dips down on the runway crosses over the road. So you're driving, you're like right beside the planes,
Yeah.
and then it dips down, and then there's an underpass. You go underneath the runway, and then you can see
Yeah.
the planes like rolling across above your head and stuff. And then you kind of come
That's
back up,
pretty cool.
and it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think I seen that on a TikTok video once.
Yeah, I'll have to I'll put it on the GoPro and send it to you guys.
I saw a
Post
video
them up.
the other day, man. Speaking of that, I saw a video the other day of a Mustang racing a Camaro, like this black Camaro, and it was like a red Mustang.
Mhm.
And that Camaro took off like a dumbass. He like took
Oh, I
off
saw
really
that video.
fast.
That video is everywhere.
And
Yeah.
then the dude fucking like lost control and just fucking rammed into some trees, dude.
Yeah, he went like
I was
sideways
like,
and just right into the
damn.
trees.
I was like, can you imagine how you explain that to your car insurance? Yeah, I was going really fast and I lost control and I hit a
Yeah.
tree.
I would have been probably like, I saw a deer and
Yeah.
I swerved and that's all that happened.
How fast were you going? 30 miles an hour.
Yeah. The one that's actually I found out actually when I was looking into this more is we were talking about doing a road trip at Watkins Glen, like a road course racetrack.
Yeah.
And with a group I'm in, and they were telling me I did not know if you take your like my Camaro to the track, and I'm racing on the actual racetrack, and I wreck my Camaro,
Mm.
the insurance company does not cover it.
What?
Oh,
They
because
were
you were
telling me
racing?
Huh.
because you were on a like a racetrack. You're not on
Hmm.
public roads. They know what you're doing, and then they said on top of that, any damages that you do to the track when you do wreck, like you see you hit a guardrail or something like
And you
that.
have to pay for it?
You have to pay for the guardrail and all that out of pocket
What?
as well. So you're paying for your car, the guardrail, whatever you damage, other cars you hit, or whatever, will all be out of your own pocket.
Wow.
So that's crazy. Like,
That's expensive. That sounds really expensive.
and on
real
top of that,
fast.
the wear and tear in your car. Like the one guy
Yeah.
I talked to, he said he could puts a whole set of tires and brakes on his car on a weekend. He does that.
Damn.
He drives it so hard, and his car has like the really wide tires. It's like a higher model than mine. It's like a ZL1. And it's like those
Yeah.
ZL11 LEs. It's an $80,000 Camaro, and
Damn.
it's I think about 400 a tire. And he says he replaces tires every weekend. And then he has like the Brembo brakes and everything on it too. He has to replace.
Mm.
So no, thank you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
expensive,
I always wonder that about the guys who go like sometimes those sideshows happen here in Portland. They happen right by my work, And you know, those guys will go out there and they'll block a whole street or a whole intersection and they'll just do burnouts for like fucking 2 hours straight. They're just fucking going in circles, burning out, doing fucking burnouts. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, like, you guys must have like a lot of extra spare tires sitting around.
Yeah, I mean, they last a while, but that's expensive. You know, them tires aren't cheap.
Yeah, you'll see like Chargers out there and shit just doing donuts for like 10 minutes straight. I'm like, yeah, dude, your tires are fucking shot after that.
A lot of times people kind of know their tires are getting bad and they plan on buying new ones anyways, and they just kind of go finish them off. Or they just have old ones laying around. They're like, you know what, just put some old rims and tires on it and then just go out and just... We have it's in July here, like Good Guys come to town, and it's like a bunch of old hot rods, like hot rod, you know, cars. And they have a burnout contest where they take this one road and they shut it down, and the cops actually control it. And everybody stands around watching, and people pull their cars in there, and they just do burnouts. And the guys will do them for so long, it just blows the tires, and you know, it's on the rims and stuff.
That's
and it's
wild.
They goes for like 2 days of doing this, and then people just do that. They put an old tire and rim on there and just go in there and just go till it pops.
Fucking crazy. Yeah. Anyways, welcome to the video game podcast where we talk about cars and sideshows and people doing burnouts.
Airplanes.
Welcome. And airplanes.
We went from Forza to real life cars.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, guys, let's talk about video games real quick and the things that we've been playing. I was finally able to pull up the Patreon list. And then I think I closed it. What the fuck did I do to it? Damn it, I did close it. Oh,
well organized.
Oh, well.
Welcome to 2023. We haven't been doing this show this long, so we're still learning, still technical difficulties.
It's been 9 years since we've been doing this show.
Damn, how long have I been doing it? 5, maybe?
5, 6, 7.
Still trying to figure out how to hit the record button.
What year did you come on, Gunny? 2015?
I don't remember.
I want to say it was 2015.
Been.
And so
yeah. Wow, has it been 7? Oh my gosh.
7? Yeah.
Man, because I feel like I've guested on before the show a couple times. Has it been 7? It might have been 7. Because I remember.
Yeah, it has been 7 because it was 2015 in like June or July that I restarted the show.
Yeah,
before that, the show actually officially started in 2013, but from 2013 to 2014, we ended up changing our hosting, like who hosted our podcast or whatever. We were doing it on our own with like our own servers and shit. We realized we needed way more space, so we went over to like an actual hosting podcasting site. And since then, we've been with them since 2014. I was just looking at the account right now today. And because I was updating the copyright terms and shit. And I said 2014 is when we started.
Man, but I remember that.
Technically, we started like in 2013, dude. Or even before that, 2013.
I remember that when you guys announced it on Facebook. I was like, huh? A gaming show outside of Xbox? What's going on? You're going to talk about other things? What's happening? What's going on with these guys? But I remember that I was thinking back to when I talk to people about a podcast and kind of what it is or where to get it. It makes me remember when you guys had to be on. What was the name of that gaming site? You had to be on at like 7 p.m. after.
Yeah, because we were part of a network. So we were part of the All Games Network, which was like it is a podcast network and it's like a video game site. So they had like a specific time where we had a slot to be on, and I think we took over the Video Game Outsiders slot because Video Game Outsiders had just switched over to whatever network they're on now. I forget the network that they're on now, but before they moved over to that network.
I thought they were still on. They were just on a different day, but I could be wrong.
Maybe or something. They were about to move, or somebody had moved. Somebody moved out of the All Games Network, so that slot opened up, and they offered it to us. And the thing is, I mean, it was cool. Don't get me wrong. I still talk to all those guys over there. I still talk to Freeman and other people over there at the All Games Network. But those guys, the thing about that network is you have to be on at a certain time, and you only have so much time to record.
Was it 2 hours, or I think it was 3?
No, it was like 2 hours. So
how did you manage, Jesus?
Well, that's the thing. I didn't manage it. IAMS did. So IAMS was the guy running the show at the time. IAMS was the one that did everything that I'm doing.
Fucking IAMS.
So IAMS would like be on my ass all the time. He'd be like messaging me on the side, like, "All right, Jesus, we have 30 minutes. All right, Jesus, we have 20 minutes."
So we know if I talked to IAMS, he probably gave you the whole. I'm going to tell Jesus 3 hours earlier than we're actually going to record.
Yeah, yep.
He probably pulled that trick on you, I'm sure.
He did. And well, yeah, I mean, but like legitimately, we had to be on at like 7. It was go time, so we had to be on at like 6 something. Get everything, all the glitches worked out, And then
Patreon list pulled up.
No, we didn't have a Patreon list back then. We just went on, and we had to be on at 7 going live. And then exactly at 9, the network would cut us off. I mean, we could still record extra if we wanted to on our own.
And then that would be uploaded, either to...
But, and it would be uploaded later on to the podcasting, to wherever people listen to the podcast or whatever. But that wasn't live. The cool thing about being live with that was that you can see a chat room and have people chatting with you and while they're listening live. So half the time... that was cool, being able to talk to people live while they were listening.
So that was like a
live.
pre-Twitch thing, even, I think.
It was sort of, yeah. I mean, it was mostly audio though, so there wasn't any visual feedback for them. It was just them sitting there on a website with the chat room and listening to us live while we were chatting, which was cool, man. But the thing is, the chat, I will say, even doing it live on Twitch, the chat can get distracting at times because someone will, like, a lot of people, when they're listening to something live, they start asking questions, right? So you start talking about a video game and they start popping up with these questions like, well, what did you think of this? What did you think of that? What did you do about this? What did you do with that? And then you start answering, like, if you start answering these questions, you can fall down a fucking rabbit hole where you're now all of a sudden talking about the one video game for 1 hour because you've been answering these fucking questions for an hour straight about a video game. And while it's cool because the guys listening to you live are getting the feedback that they want, right? They're getting the answers they're looking for. At a certain point, you just got to ignore them. Right? And like, I feel like sometimes people would think that we were just ignoring them because we were being assholes or we were being like, oh, we don't like that guy or something. No, and it was never the case. It was like, no, it's not that we're ignoring you. It's just that we have to keep moving on because we only have 2 hours to record this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, but that was awesome.
We didn't have like a community question section at the time, or you didn't.
No. But yeah, I mean, all that stuff has been fun. I remember doing the live shows on Twitch. That was a Ryan Gibson idea, and he made it happen. Really, I mean, I gotta give a shout out to Gib. He really made that shit happen. And for the people that watched us live when we were doing the live streams on Twitch with all the fucking backgrounds and the shit going on, dude, I tried running that a few times. I mean, actually, I did run it a few times. At once Ryan left, I did it a few times, and fuck, that shit is way harder than you may think. Like people think, oh, you just get on and talk and like put your cameras on the fucking thing. Yes and no. Like when you're doing a live show on Twitch, you got to make sure like you have the people sitting there. You don't have people walking off.
Right.
You can't have people going like, oh, I'm gonna walk off real quick or do something. No, like everyone has to be there. You're all sitting there for fucking hours at a time. You're chatting.
Gunny has to be dressed,
And
and clothes on.
Gunny has to actually wear some clothes to do this, and it's
Unlike
fucking.
Now.
It is difficult, like people, don't realize that it
that
takes
was
a lot of
definitely
work.
tough, right? When we recorded, I remember Jesus when we first, after I call it the revival or whatever. It was where we would record like Saturday afternoons. It could be 11, could be 12, could be 1. And shit, I think we've done it as early as used to do it at 10 o'clock in the morning, my time.
Yeah.
So, time zones, right? So it would be, and Ryan would just be there. Don't move, Gunny, don't move. Nobody move. Nobody moves a muscle until I capture these images so I can put them up on Twitch. And yeah, those were fun. Those were fun times. So, but once we were all in sync, man, it was good. We would go for 4 hours at the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we made podcasts at the time. It was crazy. So I remember I would just be in this room for 6 hours minimum.
Man,
just, recording, pre-recording, preparing. Yeah,
I still think of the times when I started this podcast back in the day. I mean, I was living with my ex-wife at the time. We were not even married at the time, or we were just married, and we were living in this room at her parents' house. And I had legitimately, man, I was recording on a fucking laptop and a little tiny desk with a headset on, and that was it. And you think about they're moving to this place, and then I was recording in the garage, and that shit. I remember being in there, it was fucking cold half the time. You're fucking freezing your ass off for hours at a time or whatever, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of dedication that people don't see when they're listening to podcasts. And I think that goes for any podcast, really. I would say even more so, if you ever listen to any type of podcast that's a true crime or a story podcast of somebody that's talking about a crime, but it's a series, right, Mayo? So think of a podcast that goes 2 or 3 seasons about a certain I don't know, the fucking Epstein or something, right? Something like that. We're gonna talk about the Clintons for a whole series of podcasts. Those people have to go out and do research for all that shit. So you gotta think about that. They have to legitimately go out and I don't know, go on the internet, read books, fucking read shit, read articles, cite articles, and get all that information to do that podcast. And sometimes I'm surprised at how much information these people have. And I'm like, man, you must have really done some research for this shit.
Yeah. Definitely some good writing where I know I've listened to some of those podcasts, and then it'll be from season 1 to season 2 to season 3, you might not get a podcast for 2 months.
Yeah.
Right? It's not because they're taking a 2-month break, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they kind of are, but yeah, they're trying to just gather everything up and, get their ducks in a row. Right? Editing, key grips, and all these other things that they're doing to, make everything come together. It's just something else.
But over the last 9-10 years that I've been doing this, I want to give a big shout out to other people listening to us. The people that were listening to the podcast from the beginning, shout out to them. I know there's a lot of them out there. I know that there's a lot of people out there that helped me through the times that I've been through. I mean, you gotta think about it, right? 9 years of my life, 10 years of my life now, I've been doing this. So when I started this, I was 20 years old, dude. My daughter was 1 year old, maybe.
Wow.
And now she's 11. So you think about the time frame of that time, just think about that thought alone, that time frame, and just everything that I've been through in my life since then to now. And it's fucking insane. My life is completely different from then to now. And I mean, Mayo's life is different from when he started the podcast to now. I mean, you think about Mayo.
Oh, yeah.
When he started, Mayo, you were just like me. You were a married guy, living with your family at home, and now things have changed or whatever, right? So you think about all these changes that we go through on our personal lives. So I know sometimes people ask, well, where the fuck is Mayo? Why is he missing so many shows? Or where's Gunny? Or why is Jesus not around? Or what's going on? Why is Jesus not gaming as much? When it's well, yes, I have this podcast going on, but at the same time, we do have a personal life going on on top of all this. You know what I mean? We work. We have other things going on that happen in our lives that affect sometimes this show, unfortunately, and that happens. You look at Ryan Gibson. I mean, he had a kid. So ever since he's had a kid, I mean, is Ryan still around? Yeah, we were just talking to him 10 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago.
I'll put that up in the messenger. I do take audio for that. And if anybody wants it, just you can reach out to me. I do take
You
free
know?
audio clips that I make
But like Ryan was here.
with all of
Ryan's
us.
still around. Ryan still talks to us, but Ryan doesn't have the time to do a fucking show for hours at a time afterwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it happens,
right.
Mayo. I get
He's
it,
up
man.
early in the morning, so time difference for sure.
You know, I get it, Mayo. It's okay to not be here every show.
Some of us work, man.
Yeah, I'm
Some of us
picking
got
on
jobs.
Mayo.
You do.
That's okay.
But hey, you know, throughout this show we made good friends and new roommates.
Yeah, roommates.
How's Edward doing over there? Edward's back, I hear.
Edward is doing great.
Yeah,
He's back in the swing of things. We had to shake the California out of him again for a minute.
It's
He had to go back
rainy over
from
here. It's just been
Evan
raining
back
like
to Edward.
crazy.
You know,
Yeah.
start raising a barn right away, getting that thing done and up, and
Got his shit kickers back. He was probably
Yep.
wearing them in California. They're like, "Where the hell are you from?" Got
he
them
did say it was
boats.
kind of rough though. He said he didn't really plan it very well because he flew back the night before he had to work, and he said he was staying up really late when he was in California. But you know, you have that 3-hour time difference, so
Oh
Ooh.
yeah.
he said he was still kind of like in California time on his mind, but he flew 3 hours ahead. So when he got here, it was 10:30 at night. But in his mind, it was kind of like 7:30. But he was used to staying up till like 3 or 4 in the morning. He said, but
Fuck.
California time. So he was like, I was like 5 a.m. and he's like, I was still wide awake. And then he had to go to work that morning. So
Oh boy.
he's like,
Yeah.
I was dragging at work.
Damn. Well, glad to hear Edward is back in Ohio. And yeah,
Yes.
shout out to all the people listening to the show. And like I said, we've reached it, man. 2023, 9 years of the podcast, 10 years now, pretty much. I say 10 because the show really started in like March of 2013 or something like that.
Damn. I could probably go back in that Facebook kind of group, and yeah, it's probably somewhere in the archives where you guys talked about forming that.
Fucking so long. And shout out to this Xbox Live. Even though that podcast is no longer around, shout out to
This
them
Xbox Live is
because
still up on Facebook. They're still chatting away.
Well,
Even
they're
though I don't
still-
go on Facebook much.
they still have a community on Facebook, but they're no longer a podcast. And I actually do miss listening to their show. I mean, you know, those guys were like one of the first podcasts that I ever listened to, and it really it got me into it, man. It got me into podcasting. Listening to those guys got me into podcasting, honestly.
Yeah.
I did speak with my fellow Ohioan from the podcast, Braun,
Oh,
and he
Braun.
did mention about trying to make it on here soon. So
Good,
we may
good.
have him on here as a guest here soon.
Brun is one of the originals from this Xbox Life. I think so yeah, he pretty much started, or apparently I guess this, as the story goes, it's always a good story because they tell it every so often, where what was it called, Jesus? It called This Xbox Life, but it was called something else before, where
Yeah.
I guess there was like a different owner of the show and he got weird about, I don't know, it didn't pan out basically.
Well, he
So I
wanted
think
them to sign contracts and stuff
that's
to
what
be
it
on the
was,
show
yeah.
exclusively, and they weren't down for that.
Yeah.
It would be like me asking you guys to sign contracts to be on the Horrible Gamers. You guys would be like, "What the fuck?"
Right, what are we signing this for? Are we employees? What's going on? We got to pay insurance?
Yeah.
What's happening? Yeah,
exactly.
So then, boom, I mean, they recorded just, I don't know, they went on for years, those guys. So, yeah, shout out to Wingman, Brun,
Yeah.
those guys.
Yeah, you gotta think about how long they
I
went
heard him
for.
on I used to listen to him on the or the iPod Nano, Jesus, the iPod Nano. That was before I even had any iOS device. I was always an Android user.
Yeah, you gotta think
didn't know
about those guys. They went around. They were around for a long, long time, and same thing. I get why they decided to stop the show. I mean, you do it for so long. At some point, life catches up, right? And you're just like, dude, do you want to keep doing this? Is this the time to do it? Do you call it quits now? I'm sure some people were thinking that about us, in the last month or two, where we've been missing a few weeks here and there.
Right.
And, there's times where I think about it. There's times where I sit there and think, like, do I want to keep doing this? Do I have the time to keep doing this? And I definitely want to keep doing it. It's just the time constraint is what's killing me right now.
Right. I hear you, especially with this. I always want to call it a new job, but it's that job that you have now that where your schedule's all over the place. But
the demand is so high. That's the thing. Like my job, I just work so damn much. So that's the thing, right? I work so much, and that's the thing. Also, Mayo works so much,
right?
So it's really
same company, pretty much.
Well, yeah. What a surprise, huh? Same company, but
luckily with me, mine doesn't change much.
That's the thing, right? You have it, but like I said, we've been working so much, and it's hard for us to line up our schedules, and it's like there's been weeks where we've missed because the way I look at it is, do I want to record without Mayo and just Gunny? And at times I don't, because I'm like,
I don't either. Yeah, I don't either.
I'm like, it doesn't feel right. I'd rather have Mayo here. It doesn't feel normal to not have all the hosts here. You know what I mean? It feels off.
Yeah.
Like last week, it was me and Gunny. It was fun. It was fine. I'm not saying that you're a bad guy, Gunny.
Oh, thank you.
But I'm just saying that like it feels weird when you don't have that third person that's always there, and you're like, oh, fuck, now it's just two of us,
Right. What are we going to fill the time with? And then the other thing we try to do, via our chat is like we discuss like, oh, well, what's happening what's happening the next day? Can we get all of us together? And then if it doesn't pan out, there's another week without a show,
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, we better do it now, with just me and Jesus or something, or and but another thing, Jesus, well, we'll get to the games, guys. We will. Trust us. We will. We're gonna be talking about them. We're just reminiscing here.
Yeah.
But where I think about Jesus, I will be. Tomorrow's my birthday, guys.
Oh man!
Happy
birthday! 80 years old.
I'll be 50 freaking 2, man.
Wow.
I know, and I think about it where I think like, well, I'm too old to be a gamer. I shouldn't be playing. Well, I can play video games, but I shouldn't be talking about video games. I'm too freaking old, I'm like doing on a podcast about video games, but but every time I see like a YouTuber or even a Twitch person, it kind of like cements the fact like, oh, look at this guy. He looks like he's damn near 60, trying to make a freaking channel to.
Well, look at Xbox. They're fucking spokes guys. Fucking Major.
Right, they're older than me. Yeah,
that guy's old as fuck. Like, have you noticed that they don't use him anymore as much?
Oh, that what's his name?
Major Nelson or whatever.
That's it. I don't even listen to his podcast anymore.
They don't even use him as much. Before he used to be like on all the things, all the ads.
Yeah,
everything. He used to be all the time on the dashboard, like dropping a new video talking about features.
I don't even see. You know what?
Now you don't even see him.
Week in Xbox thing anymore. I'm not looking for it, or he doesn't do it anymore. But
I'm sure he's still employed by Microsoft. Like, there's never been a thing that said, "Oh, he retired or he quit Microsoft." Nothing's ever come up with that. So
yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's still working there.
Even before he started in that position.
Well, yeah, he's been there since like forever. But I mean, I was just, so you think about that. People call you old Gunny, say, "Nah, look at that guy."
Right, yeah, and I look at his gamer score and I'm like, damn, I should keep doing this podcast. Right? And look, if he's that high on the gamer score and he's still talking about playing games, then I think I'm okay. But for a boomer, not bad.
Anyways, thanks to all of you for listening for the last few years, and to all the new listeners, welcome. To all the old listeners, thank you for still being with us. And for those who are no longer with us, I want to thank them for their time that they've spent with us in the last, decade or so, I guess. But yeah, it's a long, long time, man. Time flies. And the funny thing is, my daughter was asking me about the podcast the other day. She's like, "Dad, what's your podcast called?" And I told her, and she's like, "What do you talk about?" I'm like, video games and stuff. She's like, "Who listens to you?" Because to her, in her head, she's like, "Who the fuck would listen to my dad talking about video games?"
Right.
It was kind of funny, like just trying to like explain it to her. And she's like, "People from other countries listen to you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Why?" She's like, "Why?"
She's like, I listen to you and I don't want to.
It was a good time. It was funny talking to her about it, But
Yeah, why don't you subscribe? Hello, Yeah, even my
Anyways,
son, right? Even Kyle's like, nah, I just play my Roblox and people playground, and he gets on Discord with his friends, and but he's like, nah, he wants nothing to do with the podcast much. But now he's got a mustache and he's 6'2", Jesus. Oh my gosh.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah. It is, isn't it? You got to see this guy. He probably wouldn't. He'd have to crouch down to see the camera.
That's wild. But yeah. Anyways, let's talk about video games that we've been playing this week. Guys, I played some games this week. So I actually went, of course, and played some more Call of Duty. Yeah.
Yay.
So yeah, Call of Duty. It's here.
Any new season passes going on or anything like that?
No, season pass is still the same one that it was before. I think it's almost
It's been a minute
over
now, right?
Well, I think it went for like 90 days. I mean, I've already beat the season pass, but apparently, fuck, who told me? Brink and Imes were telling me that the reason I probably beat it was because if you bought like the mega edition of Call of Duty, which I did, like the big one, I think it was like $120 or $100. If you bought that edition of the game, they give you like a bunch of tier skips for the battle pass. So when the battle pass did come out, I think they give you like 20 skips or 25 levels you can skip or whatever, 25 little tokens or whatever you can skip, which is probably why I beat it so early, So I've been playing a lot of that. I've been playing a lot of the new map, the Shipment map, which is not a new map really. It's an old map they've brought back to the game, but it's Shipment. It's a tiny map, Mayo. It's literally like a box, dude. It's a box. There's like 4 containers in the middle, and it's a square, dude. It is so small, Mayo.
I remember it from the last one. Yes,
it's literally spawn, die, spawn, die, spawn, die, spawn, die, spawn, die. Like, it's so bad, but it's so much fun when you're the guy on top. Like the other day, I got like 75 kills. I was getting fucking all my kill streaks. Like, I would get my kill streaks so fast back to back that I wasn't able to use them fast enough. Like, I would die and I would just get them all over again because I wasn't able to activate them fast enough. You know what I mean? So I was constantly calling in UAVs, and like airstrikes, and like I was setting up all these sentry guns everywhere. I had like all these sentry turrets set up in all the corners of the map. People were getting pissed. It was awesome, dude. But yeah, so I've been playing a lot of that, a lot of Shipment. Call of Duty still crashes for me every once in a while, which I don't get why the hell it's still crashing. It could be that I didn't update my drivers on my graphics card for a while. I just did that last night. Speaking of that, I also played some more Battlefield 2042. Now that one I'm in behind on the season pass. I'm only at level 49 or something like that. And I have a lot of missions that I could do to get a bunch of those battle points. Like, I have pretty much, I want to say like 75% of the missions from like week 3 on. We're currently like on week 7 or 8. And I believe there's 16 or there's either 12, 14, or 16 weeks in the pass. So we're either halfway through it at this point or somewhere near halfway. But I've been playing a lot of Battlefield, and that game is so much fun sometimes. The other day I was playing it, and I was just having a blast, dude. I was playing, what happened? I ended up playing Medic. So I got into a match, and I was playing as Falk, the old lady or whatever. She's like the medic lady. And in the chat, I just typed, I'm gonna hacksaw ridge this bitch. Nobody's dying tonight. And it was like New Year's Day or something. It was like 1 a.m. on New Year's. And I fucking was in there, dude. I got like fucking 75 revives. It was insane. I had so many revives. And I was number 1 on my team just because I had so many revives. And everyone in the chat was giving me props. They're like, whoa, Jesus, good job. Yeah, we love you. God bless you, Jesus. You're the best. And what was cool was when I got in there and I started reviving people, I noticed that like 3 or 4 other people were also reviving people. So it was a lot of people playing medic, and our team actually won. Yeah, it was actually a lot of fun. So I've been playing a lot of Battlefield as well. I actually went back this week and I downloaded a Madden 23. I downloaded that on my PC. I've been playing a little bit of Madden on the PC, which I don't like. I wish I had a PS5 or a Series X to play Madden on.
Mm-hmm.
Because the problem with Madden on the PC is there's a big issue for me. And it's I don't want to play with mouse and keyboard. Not Madden. It's not like for me it doesn't feel like the type of game that is good with mouse and keyboard. You know what I mean? So I want to play with the controller. So I mean the controller works. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I can use my Xbox controller to play it. The problem is that when I'm playing as a team or whatever, you're playing as a quarterback or whatever, you're trying to pass the ball. All the button prompts to pass the ball are the keyboard bindings. So it's like Q, E, F, G, and it's like what the fuck? Like how does that correspond to how does that translate to my controller, right? And the only reason I know X is on the left is because I've played Madden in so many years in the past that I memorized where usually the game puts the different receivers, like where X is, where B is, where A is, where Y is. But that's the only reason I was able to even do some passes. But calling audibles is impossible because I'll pull up the audible prompt and it'll have my keyboard bindings on there. So it's press W to call this audible, press S to call this one, press the arrow keys to shift your players. And it's okay, what do I do, man? I don't know. And the thing is, the controller works, but it just shows the wrong button prompts. So I looked up, how do you fix this? And people were saying the only way to pretty much fix it is to unplug your keyboard and your mouse. So you launch the game and you just have to unplug your keyboard and your mouse while you have a controller hooked up. But it's well, why the fuck would I want to do that? You know what I mean? It sounds
like a hassle.
It is a big hassle, and I didn't want to do it, so I didn't do it. So I was just trying to play through it with my fucking controller, and it wasn't working out for me, Mayo. And then so I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe I'll give it a shot with the mouse and keyboard. Yeah.
That sounds difficult. It does not sound easy.
Well, the thing is, the running, right, when you run with the mouse and keyboard, the direction is controlled by your mouse. So the mouse controls the direction the player is headed towards. The problem is that it all it does is shows a little circle with an arrow on the screen. And when you move your mouse, that arrow spins around and it kind of it shows you the direction your player should be running. I could not for the life of me get the hang of that thing, and I kept running backwards. Every time I snapped the ball, my fucking player was running the opposite way. He was supposed to be running up the field. He's running back down the field the other way. I'm like, what am I doing? Oh, you're going the wrong way, you dumbass. Go the other way. And it was just terrible, man. So I ended up not liking that. Yeah, so Madden needs to get their shit together on the PC. Because
it's never really been all that popular on the PC. I mean, it was
that's
only
the thing, right?
a couple years ago. It wasn't even on the PC, really.
They don't even give a shit about the PC. Legit, I was reading a forum where some guy said he chatted with he said he went to EA, right? And he talked to their support team, and he was like, "Hey, I have this problem with the controller. It's not working with my fucking PC. It's not showing the button prompts. What am I supposed to do? I've unplugged it. I went from using Bluetooth to using a wire. It's still not working. And they were all they told him was, well, Madden's not supposed to be played on the PC with the controller. Fuck you. Goodbye. And they just fucking hung up on him. They just told him you're not supposed to use a controller. And Madden is not designed for the PC. Well, why the fuck would you release it on the PC as a title then? If you know what I mean? I mean, it just kind of pissed me off.
Obligations, but they failed.
The way they fucking do that. But besides all that, besides playing Madden and all that shit, Super exciting stuff here. What else did I play? I played some. Fuck! I played another game. I just don't remember the name of it. Fuck! What game was that? I'll come back to it. If it comes back to me, I'll bring it up.
You know what, Jesus? There was
What's
something
up?
I forgot. I don't think you talked about it last week, but you mentioned in our chat that you finished High on Life.
Oh yeah, I finished that a couple weeks ago. More than a couple
Okay, I
weeks
wasn't
ago.
sure if you talked about it or not.
Yes, maybe, I don't know. High
I
on
don't think
Life.
you did.
Yeah, I finished it.
What do you
It's
think then? Like once
it's
you played through it,
it's done. It's a very short game. It's literally like super short, man. Like I think there's like 6 bounties in total.
Is there? Okay, I've done 3 so far.
Yeah, you're halfway through the game then.
Yeah.
My favorite gun is called the Creature, and he reminds me of the gun from Ratchet and Clank, the one that little shoots out little robots.
Mhm.
So it's like that. It's exactly like that gun. So you shoot out little dudes that run around, and they'll attack people for you.
Was it the Fist of Doom or something like that on Ratchet and Clank?
Yeah, I believe
Glove of Doom.
so.
Glove of Doom.
Glove of Doom, yeah. And this one is called the Creature because the guy looks like a creature, and that's his name. Uh, but yeah, and then at the end you unlock like this. You unlock like this super gun, but he's like all fucked up, and he only says the same word over and over and over. I forget what he says, but like it's his name. Whatever he's called, that's what he says. And like,
That's weird.
no, it's
Yeah.
called like "Let's do it, let's do it." That's all he says. Hey, let's do it. Hey, let's do it. That's all he says. Let's do it. And you're like, what the fuck? Let's do it. That's all he says for everything. For the whole time you have him out, that's all he says. Let's do it. But anyways, that's who you fight the last boss with because he's like the super gun that you're supposed to use to kill the last boss. In reality, you can use any gun to kill the last boss. You just have to like that gun is really OP, so it's actually a good gun to use for the last boss. But that game is really short, man, and like the shooting is not great. The humor is cool if you like Rick and Morty, but overall, like it's not the greatest game ever. I'm glad it was free, I guess. Or not free. I guess I'm glad it was included with our subscription to Game Pass, because it is a good Game Pass game. It is not a good $60 game.
No, I would say not.
I would have
Well,
paid maybe.
I don't know if it was 60 at release or not, or if it was 40.
It was.
Was it full price? Wow.
Yeah. I would have if I was to buy this. If you're looking to buy this, you're one of those guys that, I want to own all my games on Steam or whatever. Buy it on sale for like, I'd say $30 is a good price.
Yeah.
That's all I was
Maybe
gonna
40.
say. I agree.
Probably at 29 right now as we stand.
Yeah, I would say maybe 40 if you really like the Rick and Morty stuff. But if you're not sure about it, I'd say maybe 30. But yeah, I mean, there's games out there that cost $20 that'll give you more gameplay than this.
Yeah, it's still showing $60 here on Steam.
Yeah, like I said, it's not the best game, but it was fun, and I do like some of the characters. I like the guy who lives on your couch. Your
Yeah.
sister was kind of weird. She was kind of like an annoying, weird character. She wasn't really important to the story. And she was just kind of there. I don't know what she was there for. I don't really know what.
I don't know, because she says, like, I guess I'm just going to go out and explore or whatever. But she always sits there. I haven't played through the whole game, but she just sits there and argues with fucking the bounty
Guy.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she starts dating this other, like this alien guy or whatever in the game. And like you have to side with the guy. Like, do you want her dating this dude or no? Like, and like there's some choices that you make there, but they don't really affect the game at all. Like I felt like all the choices you ever make in the dialogue, right? You remember how you have like you have dialogue options, right? And you can make these choices of dialogue. I don't think any of it ever matters. I think they're just there to be there.
Okay. Because it asked me the other day, like,
Yeah.
like, "Oh, do you want him to leave the couch or leave the house or something?" And I was like, no, you know?
Well, I mean, you should
I
have
don't
said
know. Does he
yes because
leave if you say yes?
exactly. Like, I want to know, does he leave if you say yes? Because I felt like all the choices that I made in my dialogue didn't fucking matter. Like, none of it mattered. Like, all of it was just whatever. Like, anything with the sister
Yeah.
chick, none of it mattered. None of it. Like, her dating that alien guy, that came to a really dumb conclusion. Like, you literally go to save her, right, Mayo?
Mm-hmm.
And all it is like a legitimate 20-second cutscene, and then it's over, and you saved her, and that's it.
See, I don't like that. Yeah.
I don't know how that plays out differently. Like, if
Yeah. Do you think?
because there's a choice in that when you're saving her to just tell her like whatever, like you stay with the dude. I don't really care. You have that dialogue option to say like I don't really want to get involved with this. I have other things to do. Like I wonder if you say that maybe she does leave with the alien guy. But I don't know, man. Like I don't really know. I don't think it matters in the end.
Do you think maybe they may had more plans for that
It sounds
character, and
like
they
it.
maybe rushed something out? Maybe they just
Yeah.
decided, you know what, we're just gonna get this game out because we need to
Maybe
get it out there.
maybe Squanch Games run out of money. I don't know, man. I don't know how much like money they put into this game. I know Squanch Games. I know that the guy who makes the game, Justin Roiland from Rick and Morty, the dude. I don't think he's broke. I think he has a lot of money. You know, he's making money off Rick and Morty and like the other show that he has, Solar Opposites on Hulu. Like these shows are pretty popular, I feel like. And like their previous game made money, right? Whatever, what was it called?
Trover Saves the Universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that made money. And I'm pretty sure before that they had another game that was like a 2D game or something. And they have like Rick and Morty games on the iPhone. Like they have Rick and
Yeah.
Morty iPhone games or whatever. They have like a card game for Rick and Morty on the iPhone. They have like a Pokemon game for Rick and Morty on the
I
iPhone.
played that. I did play that.
Isn't it called like Pocket Mortys or something?
Yeah, I played it.
And it's just like Pokemon Mail, where you going around and you capture Mortys,
Mm.
but they fight each other or whatever. Like you fight Mortys with each other or whatever. That's pretty funny. But like I said, you know, so I don't know how much money they put into it. Like I said, the game wasn't a bad game though. It was fun for what it was. Now maybe they realized if we make this game too long, people won't finish it because they're gonna get
Right.
tired
If
of.
they made that, I'm thinking if they put too much in that hub world or whatever,
Yeah.
like it might get a little long in the tooth. You know, trying to do like 10 different
Yeah.
missions within it, like it's Sanctuary in Borderlands or something like that.
Yeah, because like even at the end of the game or near the end of the game, it'll tell you like, hey, this is the last mission. And like, do whatever you want to do before you go into this mission. Like, whatever you haven't done, whatever you want to do, whatever unfinished business you have, go get it done now because the game is about to end. It'll tell you that. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to that pawn shop place or whatever, and I'm gonna try to buy everything that I can. Right? Like, I'm gonna go in there and just buy everything. So I went in there and like pretty much the only things you can actually buy in that store are like upgrades for your suit, so like your health upgrades or your like booster like jetpack upgrades, or like you can buy upgrades for your guns to like reload faster or like shoot more or shoot faster or whatever. And that's about it. So like each gun has like a bunch of boxes you can buy that'll upgrade them. And that's it. Like all the stuff on the shelf, all the stuff in the middle that you see like random like pictures or whatever, you can't buy none of that stuff. Because I tried buying all of it, and it was like, no, that's not allowed. That's not for sale.
Yeah. He even
Like,
says like that belongs to me. Don't touch it or
yeah,
something.
like don't touch
Everything
that.
you
Like,
touch.
oh,
Yeah.
I wanna keep that. I don't want to sell that to you. Was
I
like,
want
well,
an
why the
alien
hell?
arm or something. Yeah. So
Like, what if I want to
random
buy this?
shit in there
Yeah,
too.
what if I want to buy this jock strap or whatever? And it's like, no, you can't buy that. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, well, fuck, I don't know then. Like, but so yeah, but like I said, the game was fun for what it was, and the shooting wasn't the greatest, but it was. I think after a while, you kind of just got used to how bad it was, and you kind of don't even care anymore, man. You know, like I said, that creature gun is what I use most to the end, and that thing was like like it was easy to use because you just shot out little creatures.
Mhm.
And they just attacked everything, so that was kind of easy. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've played in the last week or two. Yeah, I think that's it. Mayo, maybe. I upgraded my. If you want to know something about my PC, Mayo,
Always.
I did upgrade my power supply.
Oh yeah, nice.
So
Do
I
you
ended
feel
up
like
getting.
you
Huh?
only have enough power with the new graphics card and all that in there, or
Oh, well,
what?
now
What
You
led
need
to that?
850 watts or 1,000.
I definitely have enough power now for this graphics card, and probably then some. I went with the 1000, just to have it because I know eventually I'm gonna upgrade this PC or build a new one,
Mhm.
and I'll just rip that out of there and put it into the new one. Or maybe I'll just leave that in there and get rid of this PC. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but dude, replacing a power supply in
A
a
lot of wires, right? I've
PC
never
It's a
done
little
it.
bit of a project.
in a PC that's already built is the most fucking ridiculous thing ever, dude. I went in there and oh my, I had to rewire the whole thing pretty much. Like,
Right. Yeah, you got to rerun all your wires. The nice thing is, back in the day, back before they had these modular power supplies where you could just plug in the cords that you're using. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like you plug in the one that goes to your GPU and you're plugging the ones that go to the motherboard. They was just all one big bundle of wires, and they give you all these extra power cords and stuff, and you couldn't take them off the power supply. They were just there. So then you had to like ball them up and tuck them away and try to keep things nice and neat. And you don't have the
Oh,
luxuries that you have today, where you can just not plug those ones in.
there's still a mess of wires that I shoved
And
down
it's
into the
still right.
bottom.
Yeah, you still get a lot of wires in there. You're like, holy cow, there's a lot of wires in this thing.
Yeah, and then when I shoved all the wires into the bottom, that power supply barely fit into my case. Like barely, dude. Like because it's longer than my old one. It's not as tall. It's taller than. It's as tall as my old one, but also it's like longer, right? So it's longer, so there's less space in there for the wires that are the extra ones. Shoving that thing in there was kind of a pain in the ass. Once I got it in there, it wouldn't turn on, Mayo. I was like,
Oh.
oh man. I was like, I done messed up, Mayo.
No.
I done blew up my computer, so I gotta build a whole new one now. I was like, oh well, time for an upgrade, I guess. New motherboard and new CPU coming. But no, I actually went back in there and I looked at my wires again. I was like, no, everything's plugged in right. The only thing that came loose was the wire that connects my case to the power supply thing, it's like a little 4-pin connector
Mm-hmm.
that connects the case to whatever the power supply is running to.
Like the power switch button.
Yeah, that's all it was. It
Those
wasn't
really
connected.
little pins. Is
Yeah,
that you're
those
talking about
really
those?
little pins. Yeah. And I put it back in and then boom, started right up. And I was like, okay, well, at least I know it works. So I shoved everything back in there, closed it back up, and now it's running pretty okay.
There's nothing like the sweat when you go first turn it on and it doesn't
Yeah.
fire up. You're like, oh fuck.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
oh man,
All
dude,
the lights
literally,
turned out outside of my house. They just turned on, but yeah, nothing in
Yeah,
the
that was
computer.
what did I just do? You know.
that was my initial thought the other day was like, oh fuck, what did I mess up, dude?
I swear you skip a beat, you know. It's like you're like,
Yeah.
oh no,
You're
especially
like,
if you're doing
oh
it on
my
somebody
god.
else's computer, but it's not your own computer. You know, and you're
Yeah.
working on somebody's or building someone for somebody, and you get it all together, and you think you're good, and you hit the power button, they're staying right there, and it doesn't turn on. You're like,
Right.
Oh
uh,
fuck.
Your
hold on.
brother calls you. Your brother calls you. Why is the blender or the coffee maker on? What
but
happened? Oh shit. Yeah.
like actually having done this with this, at this point I feel pretty comfortable, Mel, that I can build my own computer.
Oh yeah, I think you
Like
would be
I
able to.
I
You pretty much have
think
I'm
changed it
gonna be
all already
calling
now at
you,
this point.
Jesus.
I
Like,
pretty much have done it all at this point. I've changed out the GPU, I've changed out the motherboard, the CPU, I've changed out the power supply. That's pretty much
You
everything, right?
swapped out the RAM before without taking the power out of it. Remember? I can
Oh
remember.
yeah, I swapped
We
out
used to
the
give you some
RAM.
crap, yeah. So
Yeah. I mean, I've done everything into the PC. Pretty much this PC the only thing that's still original from the time that I bought it is the fans that are on it and the case. Besides that, the entire PC, in terms of the internals, it's all new stuff. Everything
I
in there
remember.
is new.
I remember back in the day when you were all worried about having to buy a new one or your PC only going to be lasting like a year and have to
Yeah.
upgrade the next year and all that kind of stuff. And you don't really notice it so much. You do it in sections, kind of. You know, you kind
Which
of.
is exactly, you're right, because I did do it in sections, right?
Mhm.
The only time that I kind of feel like I upgraded the whole thing was when I went to the 2080 Super, because I did buy the new motherboard, and I
Yeah, you
did
did a
buy
lot
the
at once there. Yeah.
I did buy the new, like, the extra RAM, which I went to 32 gigs of RAM instead of the 16, and I did buy the new CPU, which I kind of, that was like, that's the main components of a PC, right? The CPU and the graphics card and the motherboard, and I kind of did all that at once. But it was nice this time around seeing how to wire everything, because I didn't know, man, how to, like, this shit ran. I legit just, like, pretty much kind of looked at the old wires, looked at the new ones, and I was like, okay, this is for a
Swap them out. This
CPU.
one goes there. That one goes
Yeah,
here.
I was like, okay, this
Yeah.
is for a CPU. This one's obviously for the GPU, and this one's obviously for the motherboard, right? So, like, I just kind of went, like, that's how I did it. I had no clue how to do it, man. I was like, okay, what goes to what? Because my new power supply came with a bunch of wires, and, like, okay, like, you could just plug these into your fucking power supply and into your PC, but what goes where? I don't know what goes where. And so I just kind of just sat there and kind of thought about it. I'm like, okay, this looks like this. I'm gonna use this one.
The nice thing is like the people that don't do it don't realize that like they all have a unique kind of end. You
Yeah,
know, like your GPU power connectors are like an 8-pin connector, you know, and
yeah,
then the ones that go in the motherboard, some of them are like a 6, or sometimes you have like an additional power connector. It can be like a
yeah.
4 or a 6. Or
Mine
you
was like
back in
two
the day,
fours.
they used to have the big 24-pin one, you know, as well. And then you used to have your SATA for like your old hard drives
Yeah,
on your disk drives. They had their own, you know, power connectors, so they were their own shape, and everything was its own shape. You know, you just learn it.
yeah. And the one thing that kind of that kind of threw me off was that my old power supply mail, the motherboard and the GPU, those cables weren't removable off of my PSU. So, like, my old power supply, those cables ran out of the power supply. So
Mhm.
the one for the motherboard and the GPU ran out of the power supply, and the ones for, like, my SATA, my hard drives, those were, you had to plug it into the hard drives and then you plugged it into the power supply. But the actual motherboard and the GPU ones, those are just two thick wires that come
Mhm.
out of the power supply. And
Yeah,
that
so
kind
that
of threw me off at first. I was like, holy fuck, what did I do? Did I get the wrong one? What
yeah,
am
so
I
those
doing
are,
wrong?
semi-modular power
Yeah.
supplies is what they call them in the description. So if you ever run across that in your like power supply shopping,
Mhm.
a semi-modular power supply will have the fixed power supply going to the motherboard and
Yeah.
CPU.
That's what it was, like a big ass thick
And
wire, right?
it really doesn't make a big difference because you're gonna put it on your other one anyways. You know, if you have a full
Yeah.
modular one, you're gonna put it on anyways.
Yeah.
But what some people actually do is like to order custom ones. So
Oh,
they
really?
buy like a power supply, and you can buy like say custom colors or whatever. You know, you want to show off
Oh.
the inside case, so maybe they're like sleeved a different color instead of like black, like maybe what yours is.
Mm.
People order like red or yellow or white, and then
Mm.
they'll swap those out. And you know, you can pick and
Nice.
choose even like you could do different colors. So you could do red going to your GPU and white going to your motherboard or something like that. You can kind of change it up and get
Nice.
creative.
Definitely going for my next PC build. I think I'm just gonna do a whole new build. I kind of made up my mind at this point because that case barely fits these wires, dude. And I was like, I'm gonna go for a bigger case next time around. And I feel like I'm gonna just do a whole new build. Whatever it is, I'm gonna go all out and I'm gonna go brand new everything. So it probably won't be the 40 series GPUs. Might not even be the next ones that come out. It might be the ones after that. And so I would say maybe in 2 years, so maybe 2025 or whatever. Early 2025 is probably when I plan to do like a major. Just gonna have to go in and rebuild everything now, just from the ground up. but I'm gonna spend a lot of money on it. I think just to do it.
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
be nice.
I'm thinking $4,000 or $5,000.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
I'm gonna go
If you
all
go
out,
high
dude.
end, yeah. If you go high
I'm
end,
gonna fucking go all out next time around. Like I kind of just made up my mind. Like I'm thinking this PC will last me easily another. This PC could probably last me another 6 years if I really wanted it, right? But I say 2 years is good enough to keep up.
yeah, it's whatever you're
You'll have more
comfortable with,
spare
really.
parts.
You could go with it for so long,
Yeah.
and wait till the games are all the way running down to the 30 frames, but more than likely you're gonna be tired of that before then. You're gonna be
Definitely.
like, oh, I want to upgrade, but you could technically wait until it just doesn't play anymore,
Well, it dies.
right?
Ooh. And just play on Xbox. But
Get a
so
console. Get your PlayStation 5, man. You'd be fine.
speaking of the PlayStation 5,
drivers needed.
going to Best Buy to pick up my power supply, I saw PS5s, dude. They had them right there. Like they just had them. But this Best Buy is weird, dude. So like I don't know. I've never seen this at a Best Buy. I don't know, like it didn't seem like. So for the people listening that live in Oregon, I went to the Best Buy in Beaverton. I don't know if there's multiple ones in Beaverton, but this is the one that it was in Beaverton. And every other Best Buy that I've been to, man, I've never seen a Best Buy with like a metal cage. Like a fucking
They're
metal,
locked in it.
like a metal cage where the people are behind like this metal cage, and you go up to the cage and you tell them like your code for whatever like you bought, and then they bring out the box and hand it to you through like this slot thing. And
Like
like
a security thing or something? Like
listen, but then all the PS5s and like the Nintendo Switches, the Xbox, all that shit was behind the purchase counter. It wasn't out. Like there was a display area for it, yes, but they didn't have any out there. They only had them behind the counter, behind the employees working the cashiers.
yeah. Seeing those back there, I think.
I was like,
I don't get to
is that?
Best Buy too often, but
That's
But
how it was
like
when I got
that's
mine.
weird.
When I went and picked mine up, right? I
think-
got there, and they told me they sent me a text message because when I put all my information online, my phone number and all
Yeah.
that stuff, and they told me when it would be ready. They sent me a text message, and they're like, just when you're ready, when you come in the store, just come to the front register, and tell them, show them this text, and then show them your name, your license or whatever, and they'll have it for you. I'm like, okay. I go up there and I'm kind of looking, and the lady walks off to the one side, and there was like a whole row of them just lined up across the floor behind the counter where they were working, and they were just kind of like stacked like too high. And she just walked over and looked at the one that had my name on it, and grabbed it and carried it over. But that Best Buy, they have Best Buys like that here. The one actually, my town that's close to me is like that. I don't go to that Best Buy very often. It's a little bit smaller.
Mm.
They remodeled that, and it's kind of like almost like an online pickup. Like they have a lot like cell phones, but they don't have nearly as much product on the floor.
Yeah,
And
they
then
don't
it's
have
like
as
they
much
put this
TVs
big
and
like
shit.
it's almost like you said like a fenced in wall.
Yeah.
And you walk up and you'd be like, "Hey, I'm such and such. I'm here to pick up this," and then they just have it back there. But I've
Weird.
had times where I was talking to like a sales rep, and they're like, "Oh, we might not have it on display, but we probably have it in the back." Like if you know what you're going in and looking for,
Yeah.
we're like, "Oh, yeah, we might have it back there, but it might not be out here on the floor."
Yeah,
And
that
I'm like,
was
"That's kind of
weird.
weird." And like half the building was cell phone stuff,
Yeah.
and then
so
they didn't
that
have a
re-
big section of like like one Best Buy I go to has like a bunch of washer and dryers and like actual appliances and stuff like that. This one didn't have that. It was pretty much like TVs, a little section for consoles, kind of like in the middle, and like a couple regular cameras, and then the other half of the building was phones. They know where their
Weird.
money's at.
It's been months since I've been in a Best Buy, but one of the things they do every year at our mall, Jesus, we go to the mall during the holidays.
The mall.
What's that?
Yeah, we got a mall we go
What's
to.
a mall?
Is JC Penney's still, I don't know. It's got stores in it like Victoria's Secrets,
Macy's.
and it's got the pretzel stores where we got to get pretzels, and the wife
Does it have a
gets her.
Cinnabon? I feel like Cinnabon.
Yeah, it's got the Cinnabon downstairs. We have to grab a Cinnabon.
Cinnabon needs to they need to like say fuck them all and just like start making standalone stores because
I don't know why they don't. I don't know why they have to have
eventually,
one in a mall. Like, what's
what?
up
Go
with
Yeah,
like the
that?
Starbucks route, maybe like in some grocery
so,
stores,
yeah,
and like
yes.
maybe some standalone ones here and there. Dunkin'
There you
Donuts kind
go,
of
I
run
don't
does
know
the
Mayo.
why
same thing.
maybe they do, but I would say like, yeah, like definitely like the town below me, it's got everything.
I've
Not a
never
mall,
seen
but
a
they're spread out, but there's no Cinnabon.
I've never seen a Cinnabon outside of a mall.
Yeah, they must have something with what is that big company called? Simon Malls or whatever. They seem to own both malls here in my area,
Mm.
or run it or manage it or whatever. But
I'm just
yeah, the
saying,
way
if I was a Cinnabon, you know what? We need a franchise, guys. We need to raise enough money. We need to open an HGP Cinnabon franchise
yeah.
and make it a standalone store.
I love it when you put that thing in the microwave for like I
Mayo
don't know 10 seconds or whatever.
Mayo is right though,
So
dude.
good.
Mayo has a good point. Why not put some in grocery stores? Like you think about people going to grocery stores, the first thing you
Yeah.
smell, the first thing you
Yes.
smell is two things, right? You're gonna smell like a Starbucks or like some coffee place that's in there, and like the groceries. Like imagine walking into a grocery store and smelling the
Don't they
cinnamon.
have banks inside grocery stores? Why not a Cinnabon, right? Like a
Yeah,
separate
Yeah,
thing on a
exactly.
wall or
They have.
something.
Well, my friend Myers here, which is like a Kroger, that thing had like a Chase bank in it, but I think they lost the contract with Chase, so they're putting like credit unions in all of them around here. But like they have a Starbucks in there. Like, why not put a fucking Cinnabon inside that
Yeah.
fucker? Or like, why
Yeah.
doesn't Cinnabon just team up with Starbucks and like
You know
like
what?
make it
I
like a
don't agree with
Cinnabon?
that. I don't
Why
agree with that.
not?
You know
Like a
why?
Cinnabon Starbucks fucking combo, bro.
Well, I guess if they did it right, because if you remember that franchise Krispy Kreme, so that's still
yeah.
around. And if you're so
We
they
have
have a
them here.
standalone one in my
Yeah,
town
they're
above me,
Yeah.
and I mean I don't ever go there, but it's next to the Chick-fil-A, but it's a standalone deal. You can get sandwiches, you can get fucking
Yeah.
all the donuts in the world that they make or whatever. But if you remember when they would even have their like little standalones, but they always put them inside 7-Elevens and Quick Stops and whatever. But it was just they were a little too stale, for my opinion. You know what I mean? They would
No,
just
no,
deliver
no.
them.
But I'm not saying like I'm saying like actually like have like Starbucks and Cinnabon team up and like
Not like
have
a
them
KFC Pepsi
together.
thing, but that's the same
Like
company. But
okay,
I know
like
what you
there's
mean.
okay in my other town, like next to mine, there's a KFC, but at that KFC you can also buy like A&W shit.
A&W, yeah. Those are good. We've got one really
Why
good one,
not
not in
make a
my town, but
Starbucks?
a couple towns down.
Make a
It's
Starbucks
excellent.
Cinnabon, like a store
Yeah.
that's together, Starbucks Cinnabon together. Like, isn't that the perfect fucking combination? A hot warm coffee
Yes. Oh, dude,
with
so
like a
good. In the
fucking
morning,
Cinnabon.
get your
Yeah,
sugar
what is
rush,
the
your
name
caffeine
for a
rush.
large
Yeah.
Starbucks? I can't remember the funny names they have. I don't remember.
they have a name for a large Starbucks.
You can't just say it's a large, right? Isn't it like? Oh gosh, what
Oh,
are their
like
names?
Venti,
Yeah,
right?
you
venti.
can do it with your Cinnabon. You got, I want a venti Cinnabon.
Yeah, like think
You
about
can't
that.
say small coffee. It's got to be a tall coffee.
We just single-handedly saved Cinnabon from going bankrupt
I
or
hope not. No, Bed Bath and
going the
Beyond is going bankrupt. I can't have my freaking Cinnabon going out of business. Gonna
going
make
out
me
of
go to the
business.
store and get the freaking refrigerated bullshit. But
Oh, that
then I got to
sucks.
cook it myself, heat it up, pour the icing on it. But anyway, Jesus, where were you at? We're at the mall. We go there to Zales to get the ring cleaned, right? There's
Mhm.
reasons, man, and you got to get Cinnabon, right? There's a whole point to going there. But where was I going with that? But oh yeah, so they'd have those they'd the holidays. They would call it like whatever. It's like a pop-up store where Best Buy would. Yeah, I think it was phones, Mayo. They would have phones on display. They might have like an Xbox on display or some shit. Whatever. They just got stuff back there. But like a really small store. But then they'll have like a little catalog wall or something like, hey, so basically, yeah, you just go over to the store that's over on the avenue and pick it up, But this is more like the pop up where you can check things out. So,
Right.
but yeah, I haven't been in a Best Buy in quite a while, so I know that we're always looking at upgrade my son's PC. Like, we should go in there, and I always tell him to, like, go to the different sites and, whether it's Origin PC or, do a pick your parts or whatever, however he wants to do it. So,
Yeah.
but he always wants like the 4090. I'm like, dude, we're not getting you a 4090 to play Minecraft,
Play
it's not
fucking
gonna happen.
Roblox.
No, Roblox, yeah. Like, no. How about a 4060, 4070?
Dude, Roblox is so popular. That's like the only thing my daughter plays nowadays.
Yeah, it's got its
Fucking-
hooks in him big time.
Fucking
He's played thousands of
Roblox.
hours of that game. He loves it. Hey, it's great. It's great for our pocketbook. When I really think about it,
Yeah.
I can poke fun at this guy all day. But man, you think about it, like, he never wants like the new Call of Duty and the new fucking AAA game that's coming out,
Nope.
4 or 5 fucking AAA games coming out this year. Like, nope, I'll just play this game, I do buy him games every so often he'll play, but more anything that's co-op, he loves that. See, I'm always going to blank on it, Jesus. It's not 7 Days to Die. It's got the word die in it, or death, but it's that cat and mouse game, hide and go seek. But that game's pretty popular too.
Left 4 Dead?
No, not Left 4 Dead.
Like Five Nights at Freddy's almost.
No, it's the one where you play the villain, right? And then he's the only one without access to a microphone, and then it's 3 other people. Is it 3 or 4 other players, right? You just have to evade them. So
Yeah, it's like, isn't it called 7 Days to Die?
no, because that's the zombie horror game. I always Dead by Daylight. Thank you.
Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I was thinking. I just saw
Yeah.
that game on Steam the other day. They were showing off the Halloween movie pack or whatever, where you're Michael Myers.
Yeah, there's all kinds of packs like you can buy different costumes and cosmetics and stuff.
You know what's wild to me is that game is so popular, yet that Jason game, that was just like
Yeah.
it was just a Jason game.
Right.
It flopped, but then this game that's like an everything game. You can have like Chucky. Because they have like Chucky.
Yeah.
They have like Michael Myers. They have like, I'm pretty sure they have Jason. They have like all these like iconic Freddy Krueger and shit. They have like all these fucking killers in there that are from like these slasher films. And that game is still going. Like how did that
going pretty
Jason?
good. Yeah.
I wonder if it's because the variety of the killers you can play. I think they
Yes.
kind of play a little different.
has
Where
to
if you're
be.
like having to
Yeah.
run from Jason, the same thing all the time. Same way that I think they made a Predator game as well, where one person was Predator.
Yeah, that was the
And that
Sony.
one didn't do well either.
Right. Yeah,
That was
it
on
was
still
a
on this-
PlayStation exclusive, but it was on Steam as well.
That game was on sale on Steam the other day for like $2.
I
Yeah,
think it's
it's like
on
that one just
everything now, but
wasn't popular
yeah.
at all. So maybe it's just a lack of variety.
Yeah.
To keep people coming back.
It reminds me of everything that started all these games was that what was that game that Ubisoft made where you're like
Oh yeah, I never played it.
one
Never
of you
played
guys
it, Jesus.
one of you guys was like the monster
Oh, that one.
and the 4 people were like one of them was the hunter, the sniper, the machine
Yeah, I
gun
can't remember
guy.
the name of it either.
Wasn't that at the end of the 360 or beginning of Xbox
No,
One?
that was definitely Xbox One. That was like 2015. That was before like all these other games came out. Evolve.
Yeah. I played it a few times with you guys, and I was like, oh yeah, this game looks like garbage on my freaking computer, on my TV or something. But I think my TV was broke.
It was kind
But
of a
still,
fun game.
I was not. It was fun playing with everybody, but yeah, it wouldn't be a fun play with randoms.
Yeah. Anyways, let's continue what we've been playing. What have you guys been playing? Mayo, Gunny?
Go ahead, Gunny.
Oh, so what have I been playing? Gee, what have I been playing? Played some Grounded with Ryan today. I texted him in the chat. I was like, I need some more Grounded in my life because, I really needed the knowledge, which was great because when I do venture off into this game by myself, where I'm like, okay, fuck, I need like the, what am I thinking of? It's the freaking thing that upgrades your weapons, right? So. And I'm like, okay, but I need these materials first. I'm like, I have no idea where to get these materials or what they even look like. So, and there were many times, even just playing with Ryan today, where it was like, Ryan's like, how did you even miss this thing? It's like right next to your base, and it might be like a tape or, that evolves the story, or gets you science or something, that just further progresses the game along, because there's so much in that world where you can just run around and just kill little enemies and make food and really just not go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like you could probably play hundreds of hours of this game and, I'm thirsty. I need a drop of water. I need, yeah, you can just do that or, but Ryan's so far advanced in this game, but
Yeah, that's what I ran into too. Is
yeah.
like Ryan was so far ahead when I jumped in to get to see the game. I get to see in game, but like Jesus and I were completely lost. We're like, okay, we'll run around and do what you do, and kind of run around with you and check things out and kind of experience it.
Yeah.
But we don't have that connection of building it all up. Like it was Ryan's world, and I know Ryan said to you when he was playing with you guys made a new world, I think. So you kind of toward the beginning again.
So I built one, and so I put it again. I've only watched like very few YouTube help videos as far as like, wait, what do I need to do next? Like where do I need to go? Like what should I, because I'm gonna need some armor. Like because you just get wrecked by some of these little creatures. Like even in the beginning area, for example, there's like a ladybug. There's ladybugs around. Where it's like, yeah, you can go and try to attack a ladybug, and it's big and it's bulky, but man, once that thing rams you, that's it. You go down. Then what are you gonna do? You're gonna respawn, run over, and still try to cleave it with your level 1 axe or whatever, or freaking spear. Good luck. So,
and it's hard too because you think of these little bugs and you think how harmless they could be, but they're actually not. So in your mind. You're going in, you're like, oh, it's a ladybug. In any other video game, a ladybug is probably like one of the easiest enemies to kill. You know what I mean? So when you're going up to a ladybug, it's you're not worried about it. In this game, you're going up to a ladybug, it could be death. It could be an ant or just something really simple, and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna whoop this thing, and then it puts up hell of a fight for you. You're like, oh shit, I shouldn't attack.
right?
You don't know what you can and what you can attack because you don't know what's considered powerful.
Yeah. So, and I've got like I was looking around the world today, like visually on that that first person view. There's like I've got like 6 bags of maybe stuff that might be important, probably not. Like I said in the game, like I don't know the exact details, but what is it if you die? Like it leaves a bag, but it doesn't take your weapons or something. It might take some other resources you can just find around the world, right? So you should be okay, like unless it was like a really important, thing that you really needed to, to use or craft or whatever. Then shit, definitely go for that where you left that bag, And I don't even know how long I wonder how long they even stay there. I would think probably for a long while, but yeah, I
maybe if you die a second time, see if you go.
No, it's not like that. It's not like what am I thinking of? Like Elden Ring or other games where you die a second time, that's it. Conan Exiles, right? Shit, you die a second time, good luck. That your loot is gone. So, but yeah. So he already had he was like, oh yeah, I already grabbed those materials, and then I'm crafting this over here for you, Gunny, and and he got all my shit organized because I just had it like in the starting area because it was like the safest area to be in. But there's like research stations all throughout the world. And I think you can always respawn at the nearest one if you die, right? Otherwise it's a long trek to, if you're trying to complete a quest or, get to an area that you need to be. So it's a good grind though. I mean, I'm having a blast with it. So, because eventually, Mayo, it won't be, I think it's not as annoying when you get to that, mid game because as you know, like you're low level, it's like, oh wait, I'm thirsty already. Shit, and there's no water, and I don't have a canteen, and I got to go find a freaking leaf or whatever to chop on to get the water drop, and I need to, go kill some little weevils for food because I'm hungry so often. Where I think once you upgrade and less hunger, less thirst, and then you're off to the races with your next objective. You can keep going. So. That's fun, right? That's why I like jumping into his game and, tagging along and, I'll just be the guy behind with the little axe, trying to chop away at enemies. It's a lot of fun. So, but we did. We beat some ladybugs today, smashed them up pretty good, and we haven't crafted any armor yet. So I'll probably go in tomorrow and, look at the armor and do some upgrades and My next step that I'm really excited about, because I am a base builder, not the best one, right? So I now want to make just regular grass blade freaking, a base that's flat, where I can store armor and, and my little tables and stuff for crafting and tanning and everything, right? I just want to try and put everything in there. So it'll just be like what I want to call my starter base, because right now everything's kind of outside and, exposed to the elements of, I wouldn't say harmless ants, but they will come and eat your food if you have it, they'll take it. So,
Right.
I think even Ryan even has, like, in his game, I think he even has a refrigerator. So literally you can take, your raw food, throw it in the fridge, and it's
Yeah,
good.
yeah, he did. I remember having to grab food out of it. He's like, "Oh yeah, I have all this food prepared in here." He had stuff ready to go for us when we were
Yeah.
playing that time.
Oh, that's right. Because even if you take prepared food, I think if you, it'll spoil, right? It will spoil if you don't keep it cool. So, it reminds me of Conan Exiles again, right? Like, if you don't put it in the refrigerator, it's going to go bad, Then I think it's, but in this case, it's like even useless or whatever. But yeah, I want to get there and get that base built, my starter base, and and I'll have all these chests. And one of the cool features that I really like about it is, let's say you build a chest, right? And you're putting in, like, oh, I want to keep all my rocks in here, and this one will be red out pieces, and so on and so forth, right? There's a million different items, right, for leaves and clover leaves, and fucking list goes on. But you can just go in and just hit what is it called? Like, it's like a hot drop or something like that, where you just hold down the X button on the controller, boom, and it just kind of like puts everything in, like, where it needs to go, which is awesome. So I like that. So that's cool added feature. So yeah, glad I can get my fix in there. Appreciate that, Ryan. So the other game I played, Mayo, was, I know Bill Gardner put it in the chat, and don't even think I'd even heard of it before, or I don't even know if it's on Game Pass or if it's a free to play. I didn't really research it, but I know it's an XNS version, so I had to put it on the main drive, and it's called DJ Max Respect. So it's a rhythm-based game. Now it is 55 gigabytes, for the install. So, because I was thinking, like, oh, I'll just put it on the other drive, but yeah, XNS version will only work there. So, and I didn't check PC because it would be fine, right? I've got plenty of room on there. But I downloaded it, Mail, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. Like, seems like it's got good quality songs, and and it's got plenty of song packs that you can purchase on a discount. I think for Xbox players. So, but here's the thing, man. It comes down just like it would be like a DJ Hero, or, a similar game I play, like BeatStar on the phone. It comes down, you're going to press the corresponding button, right? Well, it only shows you for like a half a second what those button layouts are like.
Yeah, I've never been good at those.
Right, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Do I need to switch into baby mode? Well, no, it's meant to be that way so you can't see the button configuration. Like, it's going to be easier. I was like, oh my gosh, right? So you got to get good, Mayo, is what it is, right? You just have to know. It's like, now I'm looking at the controller. I think it was YB on the D-pad. It's left on the D-pad and up on the D-pad, right? So you got your 4 buttons. And so, I don't know. I felt like it was too hard even in the beginning, where it's like, it's not just using 3 notes or whatever. Maybe there is an easier mode, right? Where I can do like a DJ Hero thing. Not DJ Hero, fucking Guitar Hero. So I want to use 3 notes to beginning. Please play the song at least, 5 or 6 times, and then fine, I'll move up to 4 button configuration. But nope, you're kind of stuck with that. So, but there were a lot of different options within the menu on that, where I think you can slow things down, because I think default, it was a little too quick for me, because I'm old, right? And I can't see that well. Those things coming down so fast.
Yeah, I can never keep up with those. Even like the easier difficulties, I'm like, these are hard. I'm fine with like Beat Saber for some reason. Like, I can do that. But when I start doing it, I don't know, but maybe that's because I don't know the controller as well. I don't know, because I get overwhelmed pretty quick on it.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, if it was on the computer, whatever, with a keyboard, so I think I would be a lot better. So I'm sure it's on PC, right? But hell, if it's a free to play, I'll do it. But yeah, I don't know. I actually just went ahead and I was like, fuck, there's no way to do it. And I thought, well, I can just write it on a piece of paper or something, right? Or just learn it, because you can see the notes coming down. You kind of know,
Have you
just
ever tried? This is like
muscle
an
memory.
old kind of game like that. It was a PC game for a while. I'm assuming it's probably on the consoles at one point. It's called Audio Surf. Have you ever tried anything like that?
No, never heard of
It was
it.
like an indie title, and it's basically like you're like a little jet on a track, and it can actually take your music, like when you actually had music installed on your computer, you can add your music library to it, and you can play all your music that's in it. So you supply the music, and it changes the map by the tone of the music, like the difficulty. So you can imagine, like if it's like a hard rock song that's really fast paced, it's gonna be a really fast paced hard level. And you gotta try to like match certain colors and do certain things. But you're like a little ship running across a map. It's kind of like a racing game in a way.
Hmm.
So it's kind of neat.
Yeah.
It should be
Yeah.
able, you should be able to buy that really, really cheap. Like on Steam, it's been around forever. It's one of those games you can probably buy. I've seen it for $5 quite a bit.
Okay.
It's always been
You
a
can
good
send
one
me a
though.
link to that one.
Yeah.
I know what's that one? There's another one that came to Game Pass, Mayo. You might have tried it. It's not, is it called Oxenfree?
I
There
did not
was
play that one,
another,
but that was on Game Pass.
okay, was that also the rhythm-based game? I can't,
I don't
I'm
remember.
sure. But yeah, I could be thinking of a different game, but that game was fun and it was available on shit everywhere. I think phones, Xbox, Game Pass it came out on and um but it wasn't, yeah, so I think it didn't have licensed music or whatever. It was their own music or something. But yeah, you were on rails or whatever. But that game was cool, so I felt like that was easy enough. Um but yeah, DJ Max, I think, man, if I can figure out how to get this, either on the on the PC or whatever, I'd definitely play it more. So otherwise it's taking up too much space. But Mayo, but I will say this. I'm gonna be real disappointed. The wife said she's got a gift coming in from Amazon.
Hmm.
It better be a new Switch or a new Xbox or whatever, with a bigger hard drive. So
There you go.
I don't know. I'm gonna find out tomorrow what's going on. But yeah, enough of that game. Sonic Frontiers. I'm still chipping away at that. I feel like I haven't been into action games lately. I don't know what it is, but usually that's it's right up my alley.
Hmm.
I just been wanting to play base building games forever. So I don't know. I don't think I'm getting burnt out as I am just kind of maybe bored with them for now. So I'll get back on the train eventually, right? So high on life. Like I said, I'm probably I'm well past where the whatever you get the frog gun, he shoots the fucking saw blades or whatever. So chipping away at it. Getting those little, I wouldn't call them collectibles, but you just find the chest or whatever. You just kind of know, right, Mel, where you'll go in, you'll be like, I need to shoot a freaking blade over there so I can hop up and get another chest full of money. So
Right.
yep. But he's also got his own dialogue or whatever now. So the frog he's talking, freaking gun stuck to your hand. So good stuff. I'm off to my next bounty on that. But fired up some B Castle last night because that's my go-to tower defense.
Hmm.
And so I know there's been an update since I played it last, and
Yeah, there was a big update last month.
I didn't notice. I don't know if they added anything, Jesus, but here's the one thing that I really noticed about. I think the map changed a little bit, just a teeny bit, where I feel like I'm in this lower valley now area where that you have to start at, and I thought, okay, this is kind of cool because it's not like you really have to. Maybe you don't have to put up walls, right? In an area where the enemy can't get to. But boy, let me tell you, man, if they're bringing in if they have archers, or if they bring in a what's that thing where they shoot the rocks out, the catapult style type
Catapult.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing will fucking, yeah, it does. They'll know hey, there's no wall here. We could just try to destroy your shit, from here. So I think that's been added, right? So I'm like, fuck, I should have put a wall up there, and
That's the first thing I build all around my kingdom, man. It's a fucking wall.
yeah. I know. I'm
Sometimes they'll build those walls where the archers can stand on the top.
Yeah,
Those walls
I've
are
got
super
those.
helpful.
Yeah, I've definitely got those up there. So
And then put like those towers all around like strategic spots. And you
are they
can
called
always kind of
sentries? I think in the game, or you unlock
yeah.
sentries. But so you get the
But
catapult, and then there's something else.
built the ballistas that you can put on
That's
top of
it.
the towers. And
Yeah.
those things will take out enemies and like leave a spot open so they all funnel towards that area. And that'll really like help you defend your base quite a bit. Because you can funnel them all into a certain area. And if you have a bunch of those ballistas set up, I used to have like a funnel, like a death funnel, where they would all go into this area because I had no wall right there, so they would all kind of go that way. And I had 6 ballistas set up in that little tunnel, and I would have all the archers standing on the walls. So usually by the time they got near the entrance, my knights and shit could take them out pretty easily. But
Yeah.
just some strategies to the game because the enemies tend to flow like water mail. And they'll tend to flow towards the easiest entrance, right? Which is if you leave a wall open, that's where they'll head towards
Right.
most of the time.
And even if you think where you've got different elevations, I've noticed now, Jesus, definitely now where even they'll go around the wall. Like I said, if there's some walls you either didn't put up or whatever, and you think, well, they can't jump down. Fuck, they'll try to go around the wall now. The other thing, Jesus, is now that those wolf dens.
Yeah.
So there's like there's like 3 or 4 wolves for one like cave den, and then there's like an alpha wolf, right? So I think they've like increased the damage on those things because every time the enemy came that way, right, they were just wrecked. And I'm like, all right, well, now I'm at a point where I need to put up walls like kind of next to it, but my workers need to get over there. They might go that direction, right? Because you don't control what direction they go, and they just get eaten right away. And I'm like, you know what? I didn't have knights unlocked at the time, right? So I just had my regular soldiers. You know what? I'm gonna send my like 8 soldier guys over there, and I'm gonna try to keep them, because there was like 3 or 4 wolf dens. It was weird, like and they were fairly close together. So, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna keep them right here by the wall so they can guard the workers. Well, they can't, right? Those are just like the weakest of your fucking army, military. And they just got destroyed. I'm like, fuck, because I didn't have like a church unlocked, so I couldn't revive them. Right. So
That
now
game
you've
seems
got to
to go
recruit.
south really fast too. Like once it starts going, it goes
Yeah.
bad.
And
Yeah.
I'm like, no. So then, good thing I didn't send my archers over there because they don't even act properly like the AI. Like, I kind of set them to like, to like the limit, right? Where I'm like, all right, they're just not going to go past this point. But most of them, they didn't want to like fire on the enemy. It wasn't like it wasn't an event, right? So where they're supposed to kill enemies. It's almost like they had to be closer. I was like, damn it. So yeah, that's where I failed right there. So I was like, oh man. But yeah, like if I had knights unlock and if I sent knights and everybody to that area, my strategy was right, but I just should have just sent more, unlocked knights and sent them over there. So because then I would have been taking on like one den, right? And then hell, even if like the alpha male came out, I could have just had him run, right? At least they would have taken out most of them. So because the alpha male, like he'll just stay right there mostly. He doesn't like venture out super far. So yeah, I'll get that strategy right the next time. But yeah, but I think eventually I just failed after like a couple hours. So once I started getting up my what is it, your cement walls or whatever, it's like, yeah, I'm good. I got these up there, but man, by that time the enemy was more powerful than I was. So you got to be quick, man. You got to start literally start building things right away and doing your upgrades. I think the other thing is the iron node for what I needed was a little too far away, in my opinion. So I think if it was closer, I would have had that research done faster, right? So, right, that would have meant better weapons for my army. Quicker upgrades, right? So that's a resource I would have really needed. So, or you might think, Gunny, you probably should have started going, unlocking more cells north than south, So that's the other thing I thought of too as I left the game. I'm like, well, fuck, So the game's always got me on my toes. So thinking, but yeah, I love just getting in there and playing that game for 2 hours and till I can't anymore, and I usually just end up dying. But yeah. Oh, the other game I played today, guys, on Game Pass on PC. So probably on the Xbox as well. I had a hankered for just playing different shit. Jesus, was a game called Chained Echoes. So JRPG. It's got like just an American name as far as like the person, whatever, who made it or whatever. So a classic 2D RPG. It's swords and some magic. It's fucking turn-based combat. So it's pretty good. I enjoyed it. I played a couple hours of it today. And yeah, it's got a real, I don't know, it's right up my alley. It feels simple, like pretty easy. Just do an attack, do a fire attack, Um, yeah, heal your fucking teammates, right? Buff everybody up, debuff the enemy. So pretty simple. So I like it. The only thing I don't like about it is when you're in that combat, right? And it even tells you like what I forgot what it's even called, but I call it the BS meter. So what this thing does is it basically just tells you like, oh, the actions that you're performing in the game are like, okay, so if you do too many like maybe water attacks or something, right, with a certain character, it's almost like it tells you like, oh, this will put you in the like the overheat section, right? So it's almost like telling me how to play the game, which I don't like. I don't even know why this thing is even there. So, and I think what it does is it even punishes you by either taking away points or it doesn't do as much damage as it should. So, yeah, I don't even like that. So, I feel like that chain's pulled a little too tight with that meter. So, I think I'd do perfectly fine without it. So, um, but yeah, I like it. I think I'm gonna definitely play more of this. Keep it installed. See how far it'll take me. I like the story so far. Um, you like these flying mechs, but I feel like right now, you're just like a sword and board character, or the lady that I'm with now, right? We just left the castle and she's got I think she's got a staff, so she's doing a lot of magic. But there's configurations. You can change like the passive abilities and main abilities and learn new skills. So it goes a little deep in that way. So I like that. It's good 2D RPG, guys. Check that one out. So more pinball effects, guys. Always got to play my favorite table, Wild West Rampage. I think I do have a new high score, guys. I beat Ryan's high score in Star Wars. So it's called Might of the First Order, Jesus. It's Kylo Ren. So I like that voice that he does in there. When he's like he's got the helmet on. So pretty badass table. So sometimes I'll have good runs in it, and then other times I'm like, man, I suck at this. It's like it's hard to find the ramp and control the ball, but other times, man, I'm like, I'm firing on all fucking cylinders, So kicking ass. So and more classic Williams tables. My Indiana Jones, that one's always fun. So yeah, always got to play those on Monday. Those are my Monday games. Pinball effects. So a little more God of War, Mayo. I'm getting there. Again, not into the action games.
The Ragnarok, right?
Gosh, yes. It's like, come on, Gunny, get into this fucking game, So it's great. There's nothing wrong with this game. I gotta play it, So inching along. I'm now messing with the I'm still early on, with the whatever. I'm at this freaking village, whatever, talking to these people, the orcs or whatever. So it's good. Good story, good upgrades. Love the axe, the chains. Good stuff. The game still looks great, man. Running on the PS4 Pro, so love it. But
nice.
And no more Callisto Protocol, Mayo. $70, man. One? Yeah, I went in there and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna uninstall it for now. So
what?
Again, yeah, I don't know, Jesus. I can't. I'm like,
what
fuck
happened?
this game. I don't know. So there's an Xbox podcast I listen to, right? And the guy's like, "Oh yeah, this game's great. I already finished it. I rolled credit. It's good. Da da da." I'm like, "Why the fuck can't I get into this game? I don't know what it is." So and maybe it's the punch out fucking combat system that I'm not digging. So I don't know what it is, or I'm just into the base building shit lately. So like Satisfactory, always got to get in there and play that game, So
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe something a little more twitchy isn't what you're looking for right now.
Right. And then I got to pull myself away from that game. I'm like, all right, I'm playing too much fucking base building games, like, I don't know.
I'm surprised as much as I heard about it is Factorio hasn't been on your guys' wheelhouse. I hear that game is really, really good.
Ghost Nico, because we'll get on Saturday mornings and we'll compare games. We'll stream games to each other. Check this out, check that out. What did you do? This is what I did. You know what I mean? Like that's my thing. That just makes me excited. I'm like, I like how you did the pipes in the fucking factory over there with the cement pillars, and oh my god, it looks amazing. And yeah, so that stuff really gets me going. But one of the things we were talking about Saturday was the fact that we've always done this game vanilla, right? It's an early access style type, but it's vanilla, so it's not. But now we just do all kinds of modded stuff, right? Flying around, other things that I wouldn't exactly call them like cheats per se, because I guess you can get to the end game faster if you want it in the game, or or you can just keep going and making more factories and more stuff. But that's been fun. That's been a blast for me. Is I just use like a flying mod where it's like, okay, I really don't have like an extreme desire to unlock like trains or tubes that are going to get me to another area of the map or something, right? So I can just fly over there really fast and grab something. But I have reached that point now in the game, right, where I'm like, okay, I'm kind of tired of keep running over to this place to get I need plastic, and I need rubber, but there's only a certain place of it's not near my hub. So but yeah, I guess in a pinch, right, I could just go fly over there. It takes me, I don't know, 7 seconds, right? Where before that was a real trek, right? Or I had to build some sort of transportation system. So, but yeah, I'm kind of there, and it's like, man, do I really want to do it? No, I want to go play other games. So I've already put like fucking 1,000 hours into this game. So, but that's enough for me, Mayo. Enough of that talk. What have you been playing?
Oh man, so I've been playing a lot of PS5 stuff this week and last week. I've been kind of hanging around over there in that ecosystem still. One game I wanted to play, it went on PS Plus, and so I would have played this on my PC as well. But since it went on PS Plus, and that was the Hot Wheels Unleashed racing game, I'm like, I always thought it looked kind of interesting. I loved the Hot Wheels expansion on Forza, playing those with the looped loops and the speed burst things and stuff. And I thought Forza did it really, really well. I thought I had loved that. It was on Forza 3, I think it was the first time.
Yes, that was one of my favorites.
DLC, and I loved that. That one was amazing.
Horizon.
It had the little, like those speed burst things. It would make you went across it and you just sped up automatically no matter what, kind of thing. And it had the loopy loops and the twists and the turns and the high banks and all that kind of stuff. But so that one always caught my eye. This Hot Wheels game had caught my eye because it looked kind of cool with having the real Hot Wheel cars, and it shows like you can look at the cars and how it has those little packs you can collect, and you unlock cars. You get like these different cars you can collect, and you add your collection. I'm like, well, there's so many Hot Wheels, they could do so many car types, and everything I've seen in this game, it looked really, really good. And then when I got into the game, I don't like the way it controls. It's
got
my
a
biggest
learning
complaint.
curve for sure.
It feels very, very floaty in a way. Lots of drifting, and just a lot of like, to me, it doesn't feel like I'm in control a lot of times. Like you come into them corners a lot of times, you're like, hopefully I can drift through this thing. If not, I'm probably just gonna bounce off the wall like I did the last 20 times, And but the tracks look good and the environments are okay. I haven't been like blown away by the environments. Like I'm just more focused on the track and like trying not to wreck or or he comes into a split and trying to figure out which direction I want to go, or I'm trying to hit the speed burst to keep movement or whatever. So like the environments, they don't really meh. I'm okay with those, and that's about it.
Mm.
The tracks are really cool. The loop-de-loops
Are the
fun.
cars cool? Are they like
Yeah,
Hot Wheels
the
cars?
cars are cool. They're all Hot Wheel cars, and right away, they start getting these little packs, and you get these cars, and you get the ability, Jesus, to get like a loot box, almost kind of like, right. You earn these
Yeah.
credits, and you can open a pack, right. You get this car, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you got a duplicate car. Oh yay, and I was getting duplicates early on.
What? They give
I
you
mean, I had,
duplicates?
Yeah,
I,
you can tell the licensing is not quite there.
and so I had like maybe 10 cars in my library, Jesus, and I'm
What?
getting duplicates already. I'm like, really, a duplicate already?
Like,
This
that's
kind of
kind of
lame.
lame.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, maybe it's just bad luck. And it happened to me like 2 or 3 times, I think, since I played it. I didn't put a ton of time into it, but
Did you look up how many cars they have in total? Do they have like the entire Hot Wheels collection on there?
you
Or?
can scroll through it, but there's like a lot of blank spots, and it just kind of shows your library, and then it'll show like a shadow of a box that you get them out of, and it'll say
Yeah.
like common. There's different rankings of cars, so there's like common, and there's like an epic, and there's like legendary, and basically I think what the legendary is like a fully upgraded car. Like you can take a common car and you win gear pieces by winning races, and you can upgrade the cars, but it takes like 500 gears, and you're only getting like 40 gears per race.
Mm.
So you got to do like 10 races before you can even think about upgrading the car. And if it's a car you like, and it might give it like 1 point on here and there. Something that I thought was kind of unique, and I did like, was each car has its own little turbo system. So you have like a little nitrous boost, like in most of your racing games. Well, different cars, like one will have like a bar, Jesus, that depletes and refills up, right? So it fills up as you're driving. You hit the nitrous, it depletes until you let go of the button, and then you see you get happier bar yet, and you can save that for later. Some of the other cars will have like little circles. It'll be like 2 or 3 dots, and those have like a bar that fills up around that circle, and that your nitrous isn't available until that circle is full.
Mm.
But then when you hit the nitrous, you can't turn it off when you want, like on the one with the bar. The circle one, it's like a timed one. You just hit it and it goes so long, kind of like something like you would experience like Mario Kart or like hitting a speed ramp or something, And so you got to like try to keep control. Where the other car, you have more control. Different cars have different amount of boost bars. So like some of them will have that regular bar. Some of them will have like 5 circles, and so you have like 5 different boost bars you can fill up. Some of them will have 2 circles, and it's only two boost bars you can fill up. So there's like a balance. Like, okay, you want a car that's got lots of boost bars, and like what I've been finding out is like a lot of speed, a lot of handling, and stuff like that. And so you can just kind of keep going. But some of the vehicles in that game, so like one of them was a garbage truck, and the garbage truck had 0 bars for speed, 0 bars for acceleration, and it had full bars for braking. That's the only thing it was good at, was braking. So it's like, why would you want a vehicle that has no acceleration, no top speed,
bad,
but be really good at braking? I haven't discovered the purpose of those yet. The other thing I did notice a lot is, so if you go, when you're looking at your inventory of cars, Jesus, if you scroll to the left, they have paid DLC packs just like you would in Forza.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you want the
cool
DC
car
pack? You want the DC pack where it has the Joker car or the Superman car, or do you want like the there's like a Scooby-Doo pack or something where you get like a mystery machine, or you can get whatever. There was like a Ninja Turtles pack where you could be like the Donatello car or the Shredder car, and then there was a monster truck pack where you could have a monster truck. So they had these different packs already, and you can buy the whole pack. I think it was like $5, or each car was like $1 in real, So it's like in real life, like about a match about how what's cost now. But I mean, it was okay. It just feels a little floaty to me. The controls, the sound and the music really was okay, but the cars kind of never really changed much in the way of sound. You're pretty much just going flat out the whole time and just kind of trying to drift through the corners. And the car sounds the same the whole time, and it makes kind of the same tire noise as you scroll, you're screeching through the corners. So like when you're going through tunnels and ramps and loop-de-loops, the car's motors don't sound any different. Like it would echo maybe more. Or I feel like they could have done a little better with the audio as well. So just kind of disappointed in those couple little things early on that I found in the game. And also too, when you first get into the game, it shows this big open world, Jesus, right? And it's broken down to like this big world on top, and there's like 3 littler worlds on the bottom. And I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. It has like these different biomes. There's like a snow one and a desert one, right? So you can move your cursor down, and I go down to the desert one, think I'm going to race down there. No, Jesus, that is where the DLC is at.
Yeah.
So that was where the Looney Tune pack is at, and that's where like the Scooby Doo pack goes and stuff like that. So you also have to get those packs to get some of those other tracks. And the rest of the track is kind of like a standard little world that you're in. I mean, there's lots of races you can do, but it just seems, and there's lots of stuff that you can looks like unlock, but I don't know how many cars there is. You know, I probably got 20 maybe, and I got some cool ones. They look really cool, and like like the classic Hot Wheels shark car. You know, it's got like a shark. Like I have that one, and I have one. The big old motor sticking out the front of it, and stuff like that. And then I have like a couple. I think I have like a what I've been using a lot was I think it's like an Audi R8, I think, is a car that I got on there, and it's like a higher ranked car, and so it's like really high on speed and boost and all that kind of stuff. I've been using that and winning pretty easy, So it's just it does have like time attack maps where you got to beat like a lap time before you can do as many laps as you want until you beat it, But you just
So what is this game called? Is this Hot Wheels Unleashed?
yes,
Yeah.
So did you buy the base game or the Game of the Year edition?
I think it's just the base game. I'm not positive. It's on the PS Plus, so is whatever included in PS Plus.
Yeah. Because this says here that they released the Game of the Year edition last year in September of 2022.
And I think that's what it is. I think it's the Game of the Year edition, but I'm not positive.
This says that one comes with all the DLC packs.
Okay, well then no, then it's not that one because I know I had to pay for that because I was looking at them and I'm going, yeah, okay, that one's all right, but I wouldn't buy it,
Yeah.
It just, I don't know. The game seemed okay. It reminds me of something like we talk about like High on Life. Definitely maybe like a $30 game. I don't think I would ever go any higher than
I'm looking
30.
at it on right now. You can buy it for the Switch and shit for like
It's really
$22.
cheap. Yeah, see, it's pretty cheap right now. It seems like it's been. I think it's on the PS. It's on PS Plus. I think I saw it somewhere else, like on Steam, or just the other day when they had the Christmas sale, and it was really, really like dirt cheap. It was like $10 or something like that. And I almost picked it up then, but I knew I seen it on the Steam.
Probably, I wonder if it's on Game Pass or whatever.
It's $50
Sony's
right
got
now
it
on
there.
Steam.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel like it's $50 unless it, maybe the Game of the Year it came with all the DLC.
I think it is the Game of the Year edition though.
But at least maybe, But to me, I like my racing games, and I didn't really enjoy it that much. I kind of played it a couple times.
Game of the Year edition is $90.
Oh yeah, no way.
Yeah, it's not on Game Pass.
But it comes with 67 DLCs.
I see. That's what they're trying to do. I think it's a lot of monetization.
Trying to EA the fuck out of you.
And like all these DLCs, the most expensive one. So they have 3 passes, and those are each of those are $30. They have the Game of the Year upgrade pack, which is $45. The Looney Tunes pack is $15. Monster Truck is $15. The Batman expansion is $15. I guess not $15. It's $14.99.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Everything else is like $1.99 or 99 cents. But these are all just like different licensed cars. Like they have
and that's just
like they have a Street Fighter. They have a Chun-Li car.
Yes. There's a Blanca car, and
there's a He-Man car.
Yes, and Skeletor.
They have the TMT.
Hey, Forza does it best, I think. They have
the thing is, it's like those cars have like the same ratings as a lot of other cars. So
these are like
gameplay cosmetics.
These are like cool. I guess this would be cool to have for like if you ever had this car as a kid.
Right, or you really liked it. You're like,
cars.
oh yeah.
Like, oh, I had this car as a kid. I want to play with it or whatever. Like I remember the Dreammobile. I used to have that car as a kid, and they have
you had the Barbie mobile in there. Is that? I remember there's a Barbie SUV or something like a bus. It's like pink or purple. Pink.
They probably do have it. Yeah, they do. They have the Barbie.
I had to race it a couple of times, and
the
that's the other thing
Dream
too is
Camper.
the regular racing that I was doing. It was like against all the DLC cars. It's like they were throwing it at me.
Yeah, they were showing it off to you.
Look, there's guaranteed one monster truck. There's guaranteed to be the Barbie car. There's guaranteed to be one of the turtle cars.
Yeah.
And so they were like showing them to you the whole time too. It's like, oh, look, you beat the He-Man car. And
like guaranteed, that, like, oh, they're doing that to get the kids to be like, I want that car, Dad. I want that car.
Right.
So
I
there's
don't
some cool cars though, and like they also have like they also have DLC for like the bedrooms. Like you can change the way the room looks.
Yes, and there's like a track builder as well. And I did not mess with that at all. So as you're doing some of the races, you can unlock parts for a track builder, and
there's also a lot of free DLC, man. I'm looking at all these, and these are all say free at the bottom.
Nice. I know there was like a bumper car like from a carnival, like bumper cars. There's one of those that was a free gift that was on there. They're like, here's a free
there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 cars that are free, and like they're kind of cool cars, I guess.
I mean, I think you could totally be happy with the base game because all those cars have some of the same kind of stats as those other cars. It's kind of a cosmetic thing,
Yes, if you want the.
Yeah.
What are these passes though? Like, does the pass just give you everything?
Probably. It's probably all the cars and maybe the map because, like I said, there's a Gotham map.
Oh yeah.
And there's like a Looney Tunes map.
So it says here the Hot Wheels for the freaking Pass 1. You will get new vehicles, new game experiences, and customization. You get the Batman expansion, the Batcave to race in and build your tracks. You get the 5 Batman vehicles. You get another 10 vehicles. And
like 10 like unlocks or like 10
like 10 different ones. Like you get the Bone Shaker. You get the Unleashed Edition. You get the Street Fighter M Bison, the Superman car, the Aston Martin 1963 model, the Street Fighter Blanca car, the Wonder Woman car, and the Barbie car. And you also get 3 customized theme packs: the Tropical Wave, Pink Fashion, Holiday Season, and you get modules for the track builder. Oh, so they added the modules, so like things that are like, remember how like in the Hot Wheels when you buy them, you can add like little like boosters and wheels and shit that are like make your shit go faster, or like things that are like come onto the track like a boulder or like whatever,
Right.
All that stuff is on here, but some of that stuff on this one you only get 3 of those modules, and I'm assuming you get more if you buy the other.
Yeah, and I unlocked a couple like there was like a big robot thing I unlocked when I was doing a race, like in the regular game that I could use in the builder mode and stuff. But again, I didn't mess with the builder mode at all. I didn't feel like designing my own track, It'd be okay, but I was just kind of wanting to check it out. I thought it looked really neat, really cool.
I mean, it looks cool, but
the biggest thing was the controls for me. They felt very floaty. It didn't feel that great.
It seems like a game for little kids.
Yeah. PS5 controller, it had some of the sound that came out of speakers. Like when you ran into the wall, the sound came out of the speaker, or when you hit another car, like you'd hear like a little clank come out of the controller. But I mean and the triggers kind of tightened up a little bit, so they were harder to squeeze. But you were pretty much holding the trigger closed the whole entire time. Like you're trying to just go full speed, And so, like, you're just constantly squeezing that trigger, even though it's kind of giving you a little more of a fight than normal. Because you can feel it at the beginning of the race. Like, like how Mario Kart has that little timer? It's like beep, beep, beep. And you can hit the gas, and if you time it right, you get like a turbo boost taken off. You have that. But if you hit it early, the trigger's really loose. And then after the first beep, you can feel that trigger tightens up. And then it's tight the rest of the race, like you got to really kind of squeeze tight. Make sure you're going
tight, baby. Yeah, it's definitely got that learning curve, man. Especially when you're in some of those tracks where you got a little ramp or whatever. Land on the other side. You better be
Yeah, you're not straight, or
If you're not straight,
off,
yeah.
just going off the track, and you just got to respawn yourself. You got to hold triangle and just, or if you know it, do it midair, and just respawn and keep going
Yep.
from there.
Yeah, because then you might land and you might have to immediately hit the brakes or whatever, or you have to land in a certain spot, right? So
Mhm.
because then you can't drift correctly.
What
Yeah, it's
what I found myself trying to do was basically I would drift, and if I was starting to drift a certain way, I'd try to get my car turned a little more, and then I would hit my turbo, and it would kind of shoot me out.
yeah.
I'd avoid the wall. But it just, I don't know. Like I said, it felt very floaty. So
It was fun.
me,
Ryan bought it. I played it for a little bit. Yeah.
it was okay. But another game, Jesus, I played this game. This is a
Mm.
PS exclusive.
Oh.
It's a demo. I just tried. I wanted to check out this Forspoken game. This is coming out for PC and PS5 console only. And I don't know. This is another game I was kind of like, definitely not for me. I could see maybe some people would like it. So you play this character that gets warped into another world, and you get like this magic power. And just a little bit of the demo, I knew right away I was not going to like this game. Like it just was not me. It's made by Square Enix. It's very you have a button you kind of hold down to kind of to parkour in a way. So you just kind of push forward and you hold down circle on the PS5 controller, and your character kind of like slides across the map automatically, kind of like jumps and bounces off things, and you kind of go to wherever you're going. And when it has you come up to these enemies, and it teaches you, okay, right trigger, you can attack these enemies, and it's like you're shooting like little pulses out of your hand, kind of like Iron Man, and it's like a machine gun pulse, and you're trying to like lock on a target's fire, lock on a target's fire. Then they're like, okay, now you can change your firing type by hitting R1, and it pulls up like a wheel, and then you have to like use your left analog stick and move over, or no, maybe it was the right stick, and angle over to switch your weapons, and then it becomes like a spread weapon where you can attack multiple enemies at once. So you're
Huh.
like, I'm like, okay, I get it. Then I come to the next group, and they're like, okay, now this guy, you can use like a passive against it, where you can do this other thing. I can't remember what they called it, but you got to hit the left bottom, L2, and it would do something. But to change that, you got to hit L1. It'll pull up a skill wheel, and you can change your weapons in there. And so every time you want to change weapons in this game, as you unlock new weapons and new skills and stuff, you have to like hit the R1 or L1, and pulls up a skill wheel, and then you have to pick the weapon you want to, the type of attack that you want to use, and then let go, and then you switch over. But there was also a third option, a completely different magic type set. By hitting R1 and L1 at the same time, you could go from one style of magic to another style of magic. And so it just felt like you're just constantly pulling up a menu, switching your weapon, pulling up a menu, switching your weapon. You were pulling up a menu just as often as you was attacking in a way.
Yeah, no thanks. Right, because I
So
would be like, I don't. Yeah,
so it's a
no, I don't
lot
want
of
to kill
pulling up
enemies. Yeah,
menus, and as I
unless
continue
I'm
to
using the
progress,
same weapon. Yeah.
yeah, and there is some neat looking weapons, and there's like this, like you're throwing chunks of earth, and there's like these like fire looking lasered whips that you have and stuff like that you can use. It looks cool, very stylish, something like you would see in like Devil May Cry in style. It's like really cool and that kind of style. And I go to a place and I find it's this building, and I find this book. Because I walk into this building, and there's probably 25 things I can interact with right away. And some of them are like just picking items up, don't know what they are, if it's crafting or what, but like just grabbing things. So I find a book in a bookcase, and I open it, and it opens up a skill tree. And I'm like, look at this skill tree, and it's like decent sized. But the skill trees are challenges. So you can pick the challenge that you want to do, and then it unlocks a reward from that. And you can pick up to 3 challenges before you go back out. So you pick like 3 challenges you feel like you want to do, and you go out in the world and you try to perform those challenges, and you unlock the skill. And it seemed like there's like a lot of skills and like a lot of things you can unlock. So it just, I didn't give it a bunch of time. I really didn't care for it.
You know what? What was it called?
Forspoken.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so, and I remember seeing this game previewed when it first came out. It looked really interesting, but I think it was maybe last year. Maybe they were showing this game, and it comes out here really, really soon. I think it comes out here in a couple weeks. I want to say maybe it comes out here in January or February. But yeah, it comes out on the 24th of this month. And I don't know. I just wasn't a fan again of the combat and all that kind of stuff. And then Jesus, the third game I played. The third game, I'm telling you, this game. So I played Ghost of Tsushima. And this game, Gunny, have you played this?
Yes, yeah, I do own
How
it
much
on PS4.
have you played it all the way?
No,
Okay. So I played this game from
I
beginning.
watched Nipron play it.
I didn't beat it. Or I beat it, but I didn't do like all of it. You know what I mean? I didn't do all the side quests. Early on, I felt like the game was kind of cool. The opening cinematics when you're on the horse and you're kind of going in, you're kind of fighting the guys on the horse. You're fighting Mongolians, and you're going through and you're going with your uncle, and all these things happen. And he gets captured, and you're fighting the Khan, and he knocks you off the bridge. That was all pretty cool. Very epic feeling, very cinematic when you first time it pans away and you're on the horse or you're walking or something, and it shows the field and very cool looking. The music and then as I started playing in the first area on the world, the Act 1, it started to feel a lot like Assassin's Creed to me. I'm like going through and I'm going into towns and you seeing this person and he gives you a quest. And it's not the main quest, it's a side quest. And then you see another person and they give you a quest. And another person gives you a quest. Just like you would in an Assassin's Creed game. You walk into a town, you see these little markers above their heads, and you're like, do I really want to mess with this right now? Do I want to do all this stuff? Do I want to do these side quests? And early on I was. I'm like going through and I kept doing, and then my list kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm like, damn it. And I'm like, I was trying to do all these. And then some of the quests were like 5 parts, 9 parts. Like you'd have to come back to the same person over and over and do more things. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do all these parts for just that one. I'm not doing 9 parts to a quest because each part was taking like 20, 30 minutes. So I'm just going to continue on with the story. So again, I was starting to kind of get burned out a little bit, going, okay, this really feels like an Assassin's Creed game, but I like the combat. The combat was kind of pulling me through it. And I kept leveling up by doing some of those quests, so I felt like I was pretty strong. I was getting a feel for the combat. I remember I was talking to you initially. I was like, man, I don't like the combat in this game. It was really difficult. And what I ended up just learning to do was being more patient in the game, trying to face an enemy, wait for them to attack, block, parry, counterattack right away. I found it was the easiest way to do your damage, instead of like trying to just bully, you use heavy attacks your way through them or whatever. You could break their stance and their guard by using heavy attacks, but I just found parrying and counterattacking was the fastest way to do it. And then, again, I'm like, okay, combat's fun. I like it. Still feels like a really good Assassin's Creed. Then once like the second act hit, it became a little better. I was like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. So then you doing things and you start doing the stuff with your uncle and you finally get to him and you're like, oh yeah, you free your uncle and all that kind of stuff starts happening. And then it starts kind of that story kind of breaks apart from like you would from an Assassin's Creed game. Assassin's Creed is very fetch quest and seeing all these people and this and that. Now this main story felt way more fleshed out than anything in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
And then once I got past the second act, I thought there was only going to be 2 acts. I don't want to spoil too much for the people that haven't played this game. Things happen. And then they come to the first, like, I'll just call it like the heartbreak scene. You probably know what I'm talking about. Like once you escape, you were captured at one point in time and you have to escape. And some things happen and stuff. And there's like a big dramatic scene, like at around the end of Act 2. And then from there, you start off and you kind of have to do a couple new things, and you're going after the Khan, and then once you defeat the Khan, there's some other things that kind of come up and stuff. And that stuff was really well done. I really enjoyed that part. So I didn't expect any of it. I don't know how I went this far, like without hearing any kind of spoilers in this game. Like the things that happen to you and stuff. You're like, oh my gosh, really, this sucks, oh man, kind of thing. But it's really good. I really liked it, and I love like the final fight, the last fight that you do, very cinematic, with with the background and how everything kind of comes full circle and stuff like that. And it was a really good game. And it's like I said, it still has a little bit of Assassin's Creed feel, but way better story, more polish, in my opinion. I like the combat as well. I didn't do all the side quests. I left it installed on my PS5 because I was playing the PS5 version, but I left it installed because I might go back and do some of them side quests now. Just to kind of play around because I wanted to power through the game. I did look at the time. It did take me, I think, 33 hours to just pretty much mostly main quest through the game. I know, like we looked at Evan's profile, and Evan had like 100 some hours in this game to completely.
Yeah. Wow.
He did every side quest along the way as he did it, so that took a while. But big game, big world, lots of stuff to do. It never really got repetitive. The quests were unique enough. Even the little side quests were unique enough. I like how they did like the. I had like the wildlife where you find like little sanctuary things. You'd have that little bird that would kind of show up, and you would follow the bird, and it would take you to like a springs, and it would give you a little more health. The meditation and reflecting thing was kind of weird. It would tell you to like focus on this, and you had like 3 options. I didn't really get that. That was it was okay.
But I mean, it was weird.
And then at the end, you had to do that too at the end. And I didn't know if because a lot of times when you did it in the it wasn't the springs. There was another one. It's like the wolf one, I think. It would give you a different charm, and I don't know if it maybe gave you a different charm by what you chose. Maybe, like maybe that was the point of it. Like whatever 3 choice combination you did would unlock this kind of charm. If you did a different combination, maybe unlock another charm. I don't know, but yeah. So I thought those were kind of weird, but everything else, and I didn't like the whole scouting out the camp things. I wish they could have been like, oh, we'll do this, this, and this, instead of them making you look in a direction and then hit X. You know what I'm talking about? And they're like, yeah, we sent archers to the rooftops over there. We'll have a strategic position. And then you have to look over to the right and you see this little thing, and you hit X, and it's like, and the gate's fortified, and we definitely want to go around, And that kind of just was like, I didn't really see that was too necessary in the game, but overall, I liked it. All the costumes and the armors you could unlock and find and stuff looked pretty cool. And yeah, it's a really good game. I enjoyed it a lot.
I really like that game, dude.
Oh, how far are you on that game, Gunny?
No, I'm still probably a few hours into it.
Do you know if you finished the first act or not?
No, I don't know if I did.
Okay.
But I've seen the ending. I
can almost guarantee Gunny has not.
Right. I know I've seen the ending in this game because I've watched Nipron play it on Twitch. Mm-hmm. And I think it was like I came on the Twitch one day and I'm watching Nipron play it, and I'm like, oh, is this the end of the game? He goes, yeah. Like, I guess I'll just watch it,
I did.
It was like awesome. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I was showing, my son was watching it, right? And he was in there with me. And he's like, they ripped off Star Wars. He's like, it's straight up Star Wars.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. But better, yeah.
Yeah. A good game. But that's pretty much all I've been playing. I've just been kind of hanging out on the PS5. I haven't really played on the PC a whole lot this week. I did mess around with some video editing and stuff like that. So that was pretty much my PC time.
Nice.
Well, Jesus.
It's news time.
Beep, 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 beep. News.
News time, Gunny. Xbox news. Let's go on to the world of Xbox. Xbox, apparently, Gunny, they're going to have a game showcase coming this month. It says here, Xbox is planning a showcase event later this month where they will be showcasing games, trailers, etc. Via like a video, like the Nintendo Directs, and like what Sony does, where they go on there and drop videos and talk about games a little bit and what's coming out this year and what's coming up pretty soon. Apparently, though, some people are saying that they will not be discussing Starfield at all.
Why? Isn't that game coming out quarter one?
Exactly. That game's
Isn't it
coming
quarter
out
one
this
now?
year.
January,
No.
February, March,
What-
April. So, you know what I think? Didn't what's his face, Peter Hines or whatever, talked about? Did they already say like, oh, we're going to be kind of doing our own thing, even though we're part of the game studios? It's going to be a Bethesda thing. So maybe that's what's going on.
Who knows? But yeah. So it's gonna be a developer direct showcase. It's gonna have just game reveals and updates. It says here that one of the biggest updates and game reveals that they're gonna have is Arcane's upcoming co-op vampire hunting game Redfall. It's gonna be the spotlight of the direct. While Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, and ZeniMax Online Studios content will also be featured. This won't be a major live stream such as the previous E3 showcase, but it's supposed to be a more small and intimate, transparent look at exclusive games coming to Xbox and PC. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, let's see here. I was looking here. And what does it say here? Jesus talking about Hideo Kojima's mystery game, right? Yeah. Nice.
We'll see. In other news, move on here to more news. Steam news. Steam has now broken a new record. Mayo.
Ooh.
Valve's game distribution platform Steam had a record-breaking weekend where they exceeded 10 million concurrent in-game players for the first time, while also surpassing the 32 million concurrent online users, according to Steam database. Steam racked up 10,082,055 active in-game players and 32,168,301 concurrent online users. Those were people who were online but were not necessarily playing a game on Saturday, January 7th, surpassing the previous user milestones. In fact, Steam has already surpassed the record for concurrent online users in the last 24 hours since this initial announcement on Saturday, with the new all-time peak of 33,078,963 users being reported by the database website. It says here, Steam has increasingly broken records for concurrent online users since the beginning of 2020, coinciding with the beginning of the global COVID-19 pandemic. By March of that year, the platform has smashed its then all-time record for concurrent users at 20,313,000, which had increased to a new record of 30 million by March of 2022. The two most popular games aren't too surprising. One of them is going to be Counter-Strike Global Offensive, which has now achieved over 1 million concurrent players during this weekend, and Dota 2, which sat in second place. A surprising third newcomer, though, is a game called Goose Goose Duck. This is a new free-to-play multiplayer social deduction game, Mayo, reminiscent to Among Us.
Okay.
And this received an all-time peak this weekend of 640,324 players playing it.
Came out October 3rd of last year. No, 2021.
What streamer is playing this shit that got everyone playing it?
I've never seen it on my Twitch feeds or whatever, but yeah.
It's there. It's coming. In other news, let's talk about food, guys. Food.
I love food. I'm hungry.
Me too. Oreo has teamed up. All right, Oreo, the cookie maker, Mayo, has teamed up with Microsoft. They're going to be selling limited edition Xbox Oreo cookies. This has been
Xbox
announced.
Cookies? Like,
Listen, Gunny. Later this month, new special edition packs will launch. The sale will This will sell in 22 countries and will feature brand new cookie designs. Instead of the standard design featured on normal Oreo cookies, these limited edition ones will contain a variety of designs, including the Xbox logo, the A, B, and X and Y buttons, and a directional button. Players will also be able to win prizes by scanning the Oreo Xbox Special Edition cookies, though it is not yet clear how this will work. According to a post on the official Xbox Wire blog, by scanning the cookies and cracking exclusive cookie combinations inspired by the cheat codes hidden in games throughout history, fans can unlock a range of prizes. It adds entering in the baked-in symbols in the correct sequence can unlock exciting exclusive Oreo theme in-game content such as armor packs and vehicle skins for popular games and titles like Forza Horizon 5, Sea of Thieves, and Halo Infinite. Additionally, participants will be entered into the draw to win prizes ranging from custom Oreo Xbox hardware, Xbox consoles, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate memberships, and a holiday experience for the whole family, subject to regional availability. So, yeah. Are you guys going to go buy some Xbox Oreos?
I probably will not.
I want
Can't hear you,
some.
Mal.
I don't eat Oreos that often, anyways.
You sound very quiet,
We
man.
can't hear you, Mal. Oh, we barely hear you. Must be a different mic. But I'll probably pick some up.
I have Oreos in the fridge. I just need
I don't.
milk.
Yeah, I don't really ever buy Oreos that much.
I turn
I only
myself
like
down
the
to most
chocolate
Oreos.
ones.
Yeah, I'm not much of an Oreo person.
Like
How
I
can
just
you
buy
not?
whatever the wife gets. I don't know, whatever she buys.
How
Usually
can you
not
not be
Oreos.
an Oreo person?
I mean, they're okay, but I don't.
You know where I buy them? Yeah, like I'll get them from Chevron, whatever. Like I'll go in to the
Oh, you
freaking
buy like the
store.
little pack?
Yeah, the little pack. Yeah, like I'll buy it there, but not
I
like a
buy the
full pack.
big pack. I buy like the big pack.
They seem to go a little stale. Like I don't eat. Like I'll just get sick of them after.
Bro, I eat them like cereal. You ever had
Do you really?
Oreos?
I eat
Like
like 6 of those. I'm done.
no, bro. I could break them up and put them in a bowl and like put some milk in that motherfucker and
I've
just
never
eat them
done
like
that. I want to try that.
eat them like cereal. Why not?
Damn, that's a good point. Instead of having cornflakes tomorrow, I'm gonna have that.
There you go.
Shit.
You don't even have to break them up. You could just like break them up with your spoon as you're eating them.
Good point. Put that in my oat milk.
So you know,
I'm a boomer. I gotta have oat milk. You know, gotta have
I want to have
almond
some fucking Oreos now, man. We want some more
Okay.
news. Some Apple news, Gunny. Okay. Big
Apple
news
doing?
here. Big news here, Mayo.
We're
Okay.
all iOS over here.
Big
HGP.
news.
Not all of us.
Too
After
much Apple talk last week. No.
After several years of development, Apple's first major step into the metaverse is coming. A high-end mixed reality headset will be reportedly unveiled to the world for the first time this spring. According to a report from Bloomberg, the tech giant is likely to show off its hybrid headset in the coming months, ahead of its annual Worldwide Developers Conference, which typically takes place in June. Some third-party developers are reportedly already building apps for this new device, which may be called the Reality Pro. You like that, Mel? You like that name?
The Reality Pro.
It's like my iPad Pro, bro.
Right.
No, it's the iReality Pro.
I feel a theme. You know you're getting a good one when it's the Pro.
After the spring announcement, the combined augmented reality and virtual reality headset will be reportedly released later this year, Mayo, alongside the brand new iPhone and other refreshed Apple devices. The headset's operating system will reportedly be called XROS, although it is said to be called Borealis internally. The Reality Pro headset is expected to be a premium device, Mayo, with the price tag as high as $3,000. putting it at twice the cost of Meta's recent Quest Pro mixed reality headset, which is $1,499, and many times more expensive than the consumer-targeted Quest 2 VR headset, which comes in at $399. Says here, this is a steep price to pay for wearable hardware, but Apple devices are often pricier than rivals and pack a lot more polish and perks. In this case, the Apple Reality Pro is expected to be a powerful standalone headset with no computers or phones required that can overlay digital imagery on top of the user's field of view and their surroundings, as well as handle immersive VR experiences separately. It's seen as Apple's most divisive move towards the metaverse, a term that describes the next generation internet that experience via controllable avatars within 3D environments. The metaverse is envisioned as a hub for work, play, gaming, social activities, with Meta being the first major firm that are actively building towards this vision. So, there's that. Are you guys excited? So, think about it. $3,000 standalone headset. Is this going to look... Okay. If they're telling you you can wear this and, like, you can see through it, right? Because it's AR and VR. Do you think, Gunny, this is going to look like an actual VR headset or like glasses?
You know, knowing Apple, they're always like everything's more sleek and, you know, higher quality because that's why it's so expensive. I think they'll look more like glasses.
Me too.
Yeah,
I
they
think
kinda
this
need
is...
to, don't they? At this point, like,
Well, this is going to be like... remember that thing that Google had? What was those Google
It was
glasses?
called Google Glasses, right? What was
Yeah.
that? Wasn't that back in like 2000 or some shit? It was really early on. And I remember one article in particular because...
Can you even buy those still?
Yeah, that was a flop, wasn't it? So I remember an article, Jesus. We might have talked about it like before, where whatever, this douchebag goes into like the bar in San Francisco, and you know, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I work for Google or whatever, and I got these glasses, and they record people and everything that's going on or whatever." And he was talking shit or something, and like one of the patrons of the bar like just smashed him right in the glasses, you know, like boom, and then like he's like, I got that on, I recorded that or something, you know, like, yeah. It's like, get that fucking camera out of here, you know, like nobody knew what it was, you know. It's not like we really had, the internet was, a little different at the time, right? So
it says here that
Google Glass, or what was it called?
Yeah, Google Glass. Apparently they're still on sale. You can buy one right now for... They're made for like enterprise, for like people that work in like machine shops and shit. And like engineers.
Like some AutoCAD machines or something?
Yeah, like if you work on AutoCAD or if like you work in manufacturing or whatever, like it'll show you blueprints or like stats or like...
Or diameters and all that. It makes sense.
Yeah.
That'd be a good use for it.
And apparently you can order them right now for your business. You have to have a business though. Like, I don't know how much it costs, but maybe they'll just give them to you. I don't know how it works. But apparently this VR headset, Gunny, is just going to be a VR headset. They're saying that the AR glasses, that Apple is working on those as well, but that those won't be out this year. They're not going to announce them this year. The reason they're announcing this VR headset is to compete with Meta and their Meta Quest device.
Yeah,
so
right.
It seems like they're trying to get into the metaverse, the gaming. How many VR experiences do you think they're going to have? Like, they're going to have an app store, right? They're going to have an app store in there where you can just get in there and download VR games. Like, I wonder how this is going to work, man.
Yeah, I wonder...
Apple can make this shit mainstream, Mayo. They can do it. They're the ones that could do it, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think it's going to be...
Would it be... So, Mayo, would it be like... since you don't hear of Apple, like, buying game studios or creating them. So would it almost work with like Steam, right? Kind of like Oculus or something in that fashion?
Probably, but they're gonna depend on other people making the games,
Yeah,
because they're not really known for having their games. You don't sit there and go, "Oh, we got to play this Apple game." You don't have the studios really.
right.
So, I mean, if they can get good backing, and maybe get some good games, but that's gonna be the trick, right? Like,
That's it, right?
I think they can get good games because
They
they have like full titles on the iPhones and iPads right now.
yeah, but a lot of those are, I don't know, like some of them games are
yeah,
just kind of like
cartoony or yeah.
or like a port of something, or like say have some games that were like standalone games, but a lot of it's like your typical phone stuff. You're like your
Mm, not all of it though, Mel.
not no, not all of it. Yeah, I
There's
know. I
some
mean, there's
premium
some.
there's some premium shit on the iPhone. Like you can play Dead Cells on your
Yeah,
iPhone.
you can
Yeah,
Android
but
as
that's
well.
one in a few. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah. It's
I
not.
subscribe to it. I mean, I shouldn't down on it, right? Because I
No,
do
but what do you
subscribe
mean
to
one
it.
in a few? You can play like Star Wars KOTOR on there. You can play fucking
Yeah, I mean, there's
you
some
can
games
play
on there,
Final Fantasy. You can play there's a bunch of titles on the iPhone that are like
Yeah,
but
full on
nothing
games.
specifically designed for it. It's like titles that we've
right.
known and played in other places. These are gonna have to be designed specifically for the
Well, do
VR.
they really have to? Can they just go out and tell
Yeah, they will. They'll
like
go tell. They'll do something with
can they go out to like
Ubisoft.
Among Us and be like, "Yo, Among Us,
Yeah,
bring
well,
your
definitely Among
VR
Us.
to us.
Yeah,
I think
Bring
the
how,
richest company in the world can make it happen, right? Yeah,
let's
team up.
bring some
how many
fucking
must-have titles are out there in VR? Beat Saber, Among Us,
Half-Life Alex.
the Half-Life. Well, I don't know. That's Steam.
Do you
That
think
is a
they
Valve
would?
thing. Yeah,
I don't think they will.
You
They
don't
don't
think
really
Valve
play.
would?
They don't play well with Apple.
You're true. Maybe you're right. Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe Boneworks.
Maybe
Maybe like that.
Boneworks.
Remember that one? Oh, what was it? It was like a zombie post-apocalypse kind of game. We had like a. Oh my gosh, I remember the name of it now. It's been a while.
Uh,
You bought it, I
The
think.
Walking
Walking
Dead.
Dead.
It
Yeah.
wasn't The Walking Dead. It was something like that though.
It's
It
The
had something to
Walking
do
Dead.
about a kid in a backpack.
Kid in a backpack.
You had like a backpack, and yeah. Oh my gosh,
All these games, you have a backpack.
it was.
Or a
I remember you talking
or a
about like
SWAT vest. No, or something.
you're like this
Yeah.
person, and you find like this backpack, and there's some gear items in it, and you're on the run, and you're like a woman, and
Yeah,
then
but I
there's
can
like
definitely.
zombies.
That's probably more likely, right?
It wasn't
Fuses
early.
to get reach out to companies, like you had mentioned, to do these exclusive games or game
Mm.
demos or whatever. Eventually become games, right?
So I'm looking at this thing now. I got some specs here for you guys. This is from a very like pretty good leaker guy, and he says that this headset will feature Apple's most advanced and powerful chips, more powerful than the newly launched M1 Mac chip, Mayo and Gunny. More powerful, Mayo. This will come with the brand new M2 chip
Ooh, the M2.
and 16 gigs of RAM. It says here the higher end processor will have a similar computing power as the M1 for the Mac, whereas the lower end processor will be in charge of sensor related computing. There will be two processors on board the headset, with the main processor, the equivalent of the M2 chip, slated to come out later this year in devices like the new MacBook Airs. According to this leaker, all that hardware will also need a significant amount of power, to the point where the headset will apparently come with a 96-watt MacBook charger to keep everything powered on. Also, the headset can not only detect the position change of the user or other people's hand and objects in front of the user's eyes, but can also dynamic detail change of the hand. Um, so it says here, for example, when users change their hand from a clenched fist to an open hand, the machine can actually track this movement, and you can create an image. Like for example, you can release a balloon into the air, and it'll show that inside your headset, like in the game. Because apparently it's gonna have like these rings you wear on your hand that can like track your fingers, Gunny.
Like the motion or something.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Probably like that motion cap or whatever, and they make movies. Maybe something like
Yeah.
that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it says here that it's gonna have self-adjusting eye lenses. So they will adjust to your
that'd be
eyes.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah. What else?
How much do you say 3,000? It better be self-adjusting. Yeah.
I don't know how many people are gonna be able to afford these, man. $3,000
All those
headsets.
tech people are gonna buy them.
It says here that it's gonna have long-term comfort,
We as gamers are like, what? Yeah. but they're
solid
gonna be doing it
battery
for-
life, focus on fitness. It's gonna come with Apple Fitness Plus, and it's gonna be able to work with your Apple Watch to like track your heart rates and shit. Yeah. I think it's wild. I think it's cool, but I think a $3,000 price point is nuts. But people are gonna buy it.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see it on. We're not gonna see it, but there's gonna be on Good Morning America, and this is the latest tech, the thing you gotta buy to be fit in Pilates. Fuck yeah, get it this holiday. Yeah, somebody's gonna be out there making a demo of it, punch in the air.
That's fucking crazy, though. We'll see, Mayo. We'll see what happens. I don't see Google announcing any new headset, Mayo.
Google would abandon it anyways, probably.
Yeah, it wouldn't last, right?
Have to offer everyone refunds.
Right?
Hey, I got my Stadia refund like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It just randomly showed up in my bank account. Like it said Stadia refund, like $24. I was like, oh, nice.
Did you see where I don't know if you guys seen this in the news, but this would have been like a week or two ago where Fortnite or Epic lost that lawsuit, or they did a settlement on the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Oh, they
and
did?
they're going to be paying people back a ton of money. I can't remember.
Wasn't it? It was a lot. It was like 20.
It was
I don't know,
a
it was a
lot.
lot of money. We read it.
They just settled and was like, okay, and I guess you can like get some of your money back that you spent on Fortnite.
Wow. I didn't spend a dime on Fortnite, so I'm not.
I know, right? Same.
Back.
It was in the billions, wasn't it?
I take it back.
Lot.
I spent a lot on Fortnite because my son, who plays a lot of Fortnite, he had me buying him skins and stuff. So maybe he's like, Dad, if I get money back, he goes, I'll just turn it into something else. I'm like, oh, you will, huh?
Yeah. Right.
Nice. Move on here to some more news. Razer, Gunny. Right now CES is going on in Las Vegas.
I think
right?
it just ended yesterday or today.
That's why I wish I still lived in Vegas, because I would go to that motherfucker every year, dude, if I lived there.
It was talking about like top tweets coming out from CES, and I'm like trying to follow these people. But that was the one thing I saw from, I think it was PC Gamer, this article, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. They got, this one actually looks interesting. This is something I might be able to get behind, Jesus. Might be able to. Rather than the last, one of the other articles we read when it comes to handheld gaming. So.
Yeah. Anyways, this Razer announced a brand new 5G dedicated handheld console with Xbox Cloud Gaming. The Razer Edge, Mayo. Not the Edge Pro. This is just the Razer Edge. Okay. Will be the world's first... Mayo, listen, Mayo. You listening?
Yes.
The world's first, Mayo. The world's first 5G gaming console.
Handheld.
Okay.
Come on, man. You're supposed to be excited for this.
5G's.
5G gaming console, number one, Mayo. First one ever made. Okay. Says here, allowing users to take their Xbox games on the go with cloud gaming. The new handheld console will launch, Gunny. I know you're excited, Gunny. Gunny's going to pre-order right now. On January 26th, Gunny, with 3 different versions, all varying at different prices. I'm going to go to the website right now.
You're going to like this, Mayo, because, well, I'll let Mayo, or Jesus, read on if he gets to the point.
Razer says that this exclusive Snapdragon G3 X Gen 1 will deliver unrivaled performance. Well, it's the 144 Hz AMOLED display will offer incredible clarity at high speeds. Razer's upcoming handheld console will also be the world's first, number one Mayo, the first device powered by the Snapdragon G3X Gen 1 chipset.
Ooh.
All right, listen to that. The Snapdragon G3X Gen 1 Mayo, which is an active cooled gaming chip with the 3 gigahertz Cryo CPU, purposely built to play Android games at high frame rates over long play sessions. Boasting an impressive and beautiful 6.8-inch Gunny, 144 Hz AMOLED, full HD FHD plus touchscreen, Razer says the new Razer Edge will, quote, ensure your games look better and run smoother than the competition, end quote. In total, there are 3 different versions of the Razer Edge available for reservation right now, Gunny. Okay, right now, Gunny. You go right now, Gunny, and get the Wi-Fi edition, which is pretty hobo. Nobody wants that.
No.
That's like all the other versions,
Yeah.
right? Because we're
Right,
talking
the other
we
versions,
want the
yeah.
5G version. Come on.
Yeah. The Founders Edition Mayo and the 5G Edition. In terms of pricing, the Razer Edge Wi-Fi retails at $399.99, whilst the Founder Edition comes in at $499.99. And the price for the Razer Edge 5G has yet to be confirmed by the company, and it is currently listed as coming soon on their website. A full comparison of the 3 versions can be found on their website. All 3 come with Wi-Fi 6E, but the 5G Razer Edge will, of course, come with a 5G embedded eSIM, as well as Boom Cloud 360 audio. Boom Cloud 360 audio, okay?
Wow.
As opposed to the THX spatial audio on the other 2 devices. For those people who purchase the Founders Edition of the Razer's Edge, you will also receive the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless Headphones.
Mm.
I'm on the website right now, guys. Look at this. Snapdragon G3X Gen 1, the world's first device powered by this chipset, Mayo.
Mayo, don't you want to play your Android games with a Snapdragon
Game
processor?
without limits, Mayo. This is a partnership with Verizon Wireless with the 5G. Says here, it's going to have HyperSense haptics, Mayo. HyperSense.
Ooh, HyperSense.
Yeah, that's right. HyperSense. Let's see here. Let's go more. This is powered by the Razer's Nexus app. You can get this on your iPhone or your Google Play. Let's look at the specs here. For the battery, they all come with the 5,000 milliamp battery. They both have a front-facing 5 megapixel 1080p 60 FPS camera. All of them have that. Let's see here. All the dimensions are the same. So it means the sizes are all the same. And they're all powered by via USB-C. Come with 2 analog sticks, 8 buttons, 1 D-pad, 2 triggers, 2 bumpers, 2 programmable buttons, and the Razer HyperSense haptics. And if you order the Founders Edition, Gunny, you do get those fancy Razer Hammerhead True Wireless headphones.
Nice.
All right,
Good
and
deal.
these Gunny,
they're new.
These headphones actually have, they're like wireless headphones, like the Apple Apple AirPods, but these have RGB built into them.
Oh, sweet.
Listen, man, you want your gaming next level?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, these have Razer Chroma trademark RGB with 16.8 million colors to choose from, Mayo, and a suite of effects to choose from. You bring on your own style when you're gaming on your brand new 5G Razer device. Okay. These also come with active noise cancellation technology, Gunny, and a 60 millisecond low latency gaming mode. So yeah. And so yeah. These are
Man, that's a good deal.
Yeah. So let me I'm gonna see if I could buy these right now. So these headphones by themselves cost $129.99. So let's say if you deduct that from the price of the Founders Edition, you're paying $350 for it. That's not a bad price, I would say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, you're right there competing with a Steam Deck, right? At that price range, like the entry level Steam Deck.
But is this just a cloud machine? Is that all this is?
Well, it says Android, right? So I assume you can install. Does it have different storage sizes?
Let me look it up real quick. I was just at the specs. Hold
'Cause
on.
you can't stream Android games,
This
right?
is just a
I mean, you
cloud
could
machine.
with the emulator, but
I got some storage for you. Internal storage, Mayo and Gunny. 128 gigabytes. And it does have external memory support up to 2 terabytes.
a micro SSD or SD.
Yeah, micro SD.
I just question, how is this thing different from our phones?
Snapdragon, baby.
Well, let me tell you. Snapdragon G3X Gen 1 for starters, Mayo. Okay.
Long
Okay.
play sessions, no
Boom
low
Cloud
latency.
360 audio if you get the 5G one. Okay. And just pretty much the controllers and the analog sticks and the buttons and all that stuff.
Hmm.
And the HyperSense haptics, Mayo.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't get that with the phone, Mayo. You don't get no HyperSense haptic.
Yeah, what is that? What is that device you can get for your phone that you can play?
Well, doesn't Razer make that one too? Like
I thought they did. I mean, there's several
didn't-
different companies out there.
I didn't realize that Sony had
What
made
are they
one.
called? Isn't there like a backbone or something?
Yeah, the
You
Sony
know
one's
what-
like the backbone, isn't it?
You know what's
Yeah.
weird about this device? It's not all built in, guys. So the screen actually is detachable from the controller. So
Oh.
you can actually remove. It's like a switch. You can take the sides off, and like the screen is a standalone device.
I'm not looking at it right now, but I did look at it
I'm
earlier.
looking
So
at
it's
it.
like almost
I'm
like a
looking at-
Raspberry Pi in a sense.
No, it's like a switch.
Okay, like a tablet in a way.
So
Okay.
you know how like Mayo was saying that like why is it different from our phones?
Yeah.
Well, looking at it, it's not much different. I mean, in terms of the way it looks, that controller that you're holding it with, you can just pull it, and it comes like slides out kind of, and you pull the screen out because that's what it looks like on here. That's weird. Why would they do that? Like, would you want to like stand?
So there
this,
is the Razer Edge.
You want to stand this up somewhere? Like,
Yeah. Can you dock it to a TV? What's going on? Yeah. Maybe eventually.
I just don't see like. It says here, play games from Google Play, which is iPhone, like Google Play phones, like phone games.
Right.
You can stream your PC to it, and you can play your Xbox console games
Or
from your
cloud
home.
gaming.
No. It says you can play your Xbox console games from your home or the cloud, so you can like somehow connect this to your Xbox and stream games.
Oh, right. Since they
From your
Probably
partnered
through
up,
Wi-Fi
yeah.
in the house, probably.
What do they call that? Like a remote play. Yeah.
Yeah, remote play. So there's that, but it doesn't say anything about PlayStation. Like, why can you not play the PlayStation Cloud games? I'm sure you could, right?
Like probably eventually they'll probably do a thing where they can remote play.
Well, the
Kinda
thing is, this controller is removable.
like
Why
the
can't they
Vita.
just make a PlayStation controller style instead of the I, X, Y, and A and B? Why don't they make like the PlayStation
They
symbols?
probably will eventually because didn't they say they partnered with them, right? So eventually it sounds like
Yeah.
there will
This
be
is-
some other compatibility things that can play on any controller eventually.
guess-
right? Bluetooth.
I guess the difference between this and your phone, Mayo, would be the screen display is probably better than your phone. This does have 144 hertz display on it.
Yeah, I like my phone's 120. Yeah, so
Yeah, mine is 120 as well. So 144. The AMOLED display is 6.8 inches. It's probably not much bigger than a phone.
well, it's probably smaller than mine opened up actually. I
It
mean,
probably is smaller than yours.
I had the the fold.
Yeah. But this is more like a 16:9 style, right? Or like,
Yeah, it's more of like a ultra, like a widescreen.
yeah. But I mean, I
I
don't
was
know.
talking about streaming. Jesus, the cloud gaming. I forgot to mention what I've been playing. After we recorded the last time I was on, when Evan flew out, I have that Samsung TV I had bought when Evan had moved down here. It's at a QLED, and he was using that in his room, and I brought that to my bedroom, and I updated that, and that now has the Xbox app on it, and
Oh,
I was able to just like turn the TV on, pair a Xbox controller to the TV, and it just streamed my whole library. I was able to just sign right in, no console needed, no dongle needed,
yeah.
controller, no like hardly no latency. Now my modem and all that's right in here in my bedroom, so the TV was right by it, so I was right by the connection. I could have been hardwired it my TV, and it would have been perfect. But it actually worked really, really well. It was really simple. Like once I, got the app, it was right there, and it was like, "Hey, just sign in," and it was just like signing in on like your phone or whatever. Like when you do like the mobile on your phone, and the full library was there for me to play and stream, and it does the same little splash screen. It has that little rocket, and it says, like getting your game ready. And I
Mm.
played a little bit of High on Life with it, and it played really, really well. I would
Mm.
I think it'd be really awesome if they could just do that with TVs, like all of them, besides Samsung. They're just kind of
Yeah.
testing it with Samsung, and they
That's
have
the
a partnership
thing.
with them.
They can't because like
You
these
know,
companies lock in these contracts.
like
Right.
Just
Or just
create a dongle.
yeah, just a dongle. I
yeah,
don't know why
they
they
probably
have
they
it.
probably will,
Apple's done it. Google's done it.
but
Yeah.
but if they can do it with at least some of like the major, like
Yeah.
LG and Samsung and all those guys, and they do like that, it's a really simple way of having an Xbox without having an Xbox.
I
Like
wonder if I
no
could
hooking anything
download.
up or nothing.
I wonder if I can download the Xbox Cloud Gaming app on my Apple TV
Yeah, I don't know.
because that has the App Store on it. I could download apps on there. I
Yeah, but
wonder
it's
if I could
Apple. You
do
know
that.
how it is with Apple
Well,
too.
or maybe the way I can get around that is maybe I can, because like I can mirror my iPhone to my Apple TV, right? I can so like everything I see on my iPhone, I can see it on my TV through the Apple TV device. Maybe I can launch the cloud gaming on my phone, mirror it to my TV through the Apple TV, and play it on there.
It might.
Yeah.
But this
Developer
was
tools,
just
Jesus.
this was
Developer
really nice. It
tools.
was just super easy and it's so convenient. Like I said, no console to hook up or nothing. I just moved the TV in my room, downloaded the update, just launched it, and it was there.
That's very cool, man. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that feature, but at the same time, I'm like, no. But at the same time, I'm like, yes.
Right?
I'm
It's just
I'm
neat.
no.
Like,
I'm no because this is what's gonna happen, Mayo. Okay, people like you and me and Gunny and like people listening, like the gamers that gamed on like consoles and hardware. We're a dying breed, man. This is it.
Yeah. I've
We are because in the future, like think about like my kid, like not even my kid, like my kids. They're not gonna know what hardware is.
right?
Everything's gonna be in the
yeah.
cloud. They're not gonna have a need for like ever building a PC. They're not gonna
Or
have a need for
Or
buying.
the rush to find a
Yeah.
PS8,
Or yeah,
or
or
whatever.
to go to like the store and like
Or
find
yeah,
one,
like
or
trying to
like
find one or opening
or
no,
one
even
up for
like
Christmas or
yeah, they're
yeah.
not gonna know that. That's
What
all
about
gone.
guys, what about when the what would we do like if let's say God forbid here, I gotta use the Lord's name in vain. What if the internet went down for like a month, guys?
Oh,
Right? I mean,
oh.
I think
Then you're fucked. That 5G,
even the
that
consoles are
Probably-
gonna have a problem because they have to check
Yeah.
in most of the games.
that
They've got
5G
you have
device
Game Pass.
is useless. All that shit's useless. It's like, I
Yeah.
see a lot of people talking about that new Logitech,
Unless you have the disc, right?
not
Or go
Logitech
offline mode,
Cloud.
or I don't know.
What's that Logitech Cloud device? The one they just released. The G Cloud or whatever the fuck it is. That thing that was like a Steam Deck, but it only plays cloud
Oh
games.
yeah. I was thinking of that when I read the article today. Like,
That's what
Yeah,
this
it's like-
Razer shit reminds me of, but this Razer
That's what it
one is
reminds me
better
of,
than
too.
that one. But it's like, what's the point of these cloud devices? Like, do people really want to game via a cell phone network? Like, why not? Like, you're right, man. Why not just buy that stupid backbone and play on your phone?
yeah, right.
Like, Mayo has a complete point. If you guys want to save yourself, think about it. So,
That
if
would be-
if the Founders Edition is $500, so that means the 5G edition is going to be 700.
At least, right? Because I'm trying to look at that comparison, right? Where let's say I take whatever Mayo's got the fold phone, but let's say you take the whatever the non-fold and you buy a backbone. So how much money are you looking at, right? Well, you're already going to
Backbone?
have a phone.
The backbone
Right.
is $100, and most people already have the phone, and you're already paying for your phone.
And you can play everything that,
this thing can play. Yeah. So
Yeah,
what's the
yeah,
point of
true.
it? Yeah. Like, maybe if this thing could play things like you can download things on it, but like you can do that on your phone. So I don't.
Right. You get
I don't
24
get
more
it.
hertz. I don't know. Yeah, really. What's the? Yeah.
Well,
But
I
I
said we
mean,
already have
dude,
our phones.
But through cloud gaming, are you really gonna ever hit that 144?
Probably not. Maybe
No.
a lower resolution because it's gonna take a lot.
1080p.
Or maybe like light games, right? Like smaller, easier to run games.
Indie games, maybe, or maybe
Yeah.
phone games. Maybe they're benchmarking regular phone games like Candy Crush. Candy Crush can run 144, but maybe whatever, say Dead Cells, is only
Yeah.
90. We
Yeah.
don't know. They can say 144 all they want, but they
Right.
didn't tell us what's playing 144.
Exactly.
It's
Probably
up to
the
144.
Android games. Yeah, some of them that are compatible.
I don't like you guys are right completely. Like, what's the point of all this cloud shit? Like, I mean, I don't know. But you're right, when the internet goes down, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's true, right? You're like, unless you own the disc, right? Like, I guess I'll play my disc games or whatever. Because we've even learned, even with the PS4, right, when it was announced, and the Xbox One, where it doesn't. I think I've tried it, Jesus, where you can go into what's called offline mode, but I think it still asks you like,
It
do you own
does.
this game? Like, wait a minute, I thought this is supposed to work in offline, you know?
Don't you have to have connection to go to offline so it can verify that you own?
I think so. I'm not. I remember my internet went down for like what, a week, guys.
But if it goes down and you don't
Longer.
have it verified, it might not. Like Game Pass.
Yeah.
Or I know Steam did that. Like Steam can go to offline mode, and it knows what your library is. And it doesn't need to
Yes.
like double check. But if you just suddenly disconnect, you don't have access to those games unless you went to online mode. You can't just go to
Right.
offline mode afterwards.
Correct. Yeah.
Mm.
It'll. Yeah,
Because
because it
Steam
even
is
says,
like,
"Do you own
we
this
need
game?"
we need
yeah.
to make sure you own these games, kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like Game Pass is like, we need to make sure you have Game Pass before we let you play this game again. And since you can't connect,
Didn't know.
you're not playing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just err on the side of caution and say, "Whoa, constantly need a connection." Right? I was hot wiring to my, not hot wiring, hot spotting to my phone.
I guess you could do that hotspot to your phone.
Man, and you figure I'm only getting, even now I've got the newest upgraded phone, what is it, the 14, right, that we have.
Yeah.
So I don't have the Pro, you do, Jesus, but you have the better camera. But I still only get 2 bars of 5G if I'm out of Wi-Fi
Hmm.
at my my place where I live. But if I go downtown, I'm gonna get full bars. But still,
Yeah.
man, that was tough. That was some tough gaming. So,
Speaking of CES and gaming, Alienware unveiled some new hardware. One of the most impressive newcomers is the new Alienware X16 Gunny. This is the middleman between the existing X17 R2 and the X15 R2 models, which features a new Legend 3 design Mayo with the lunar silver colorway up for grabs. The RTX 4090 capable machine sports a 16 by 10 aspect ratio with the new 240 hertz QHD plus resolution on offer.
Ooh.
So you
I vaguely saw that, but yeah.
You add Intel's new 13th generation processors and all that RTX 40 series power, and you got yourself a particularly impressive machine. However, the most immediate noticeable upgrade is that Alien FX enabled precision touchpad, 15% larger than that of the 17.3-inch model. The RGB touchpads were a statement feature when the X series first launched, though they were only available on the top-end configurations, which were abandoned in the second round of machines. This attention-grabbing feature looks to be back in 2023, and the Alienware has another tool in its arsenal, audio. Dell has announced that there will be 6 speakers in all their new laptops for these Alienwares, including up-firing tweeters and a dual woofer in the bass ranges as well, all paired with Dolby certification, Gunny and Mayo. Yes. Dolby. All right, the first round of these high-end X16 laptops will launch in Q1 of 2023, which offering Intel and NVIDIA configurations starting at $3,099. The entry-level models will follow later in the year, with prices starting at $2,149.99. But there's other laptops as well. This is the Alienware M16. They announced this as well. This new one is takes the sturdy yet powerful M series to a new form factor with this 2023 debut. Dell has announced the middle child to its line at this year's CES event, with the 16-inch offering up 13th generation Intel and latest AMD Ryzen's processors, and next-gen NVIDIA GeForce RTX and AMD Radeon GPUs. Alienware's Element 31 thermal paste is now applied to both the CPU and the GPU to help with heat dissipation, and both components covered by a larger vapor chamber to keep the temperatures even lower, Mayo. With 4 ultra-thin fans in the chassis, Dell estimates that it's increased internal airflow by nearly 25%. The M16 will also ship with user-replaceable DDR5 RAM and configuration range for up to 4 M.2 SSDs installed in there, which will net you a max of 9 terabytes of storage on this laptop. A 16 by 10 aspect ratio accompanies a QHD plus resolution with either 165 Hz or 240 Hz options available for you. If you're looking to push the boat out, the M16 also boasts an impressive 480 Hz options display as well. This comes with the new FHD webcam, improved hinged for opening and closing, and a Cherry MX ultra low profile mechanical keyboard option. These are all present and accounted for as well. The Alienware M16 will launch high-end configurations in Q1 of this year, which start at a price of $2,599, Mayo, and you can add different options later. And entry-level prices will start at $1,899.
Much?
$1,899.
Starting, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they pretty much just announced a bunch of laptops, all of them sporting RGBs, modular designs and shit. That one was probably the biggest change was that one and the first one. The other two don't look like it's very big changes. But yeah, I mean, lots of laptops were announced at this year's CES. I'm looking at all these, and these are all just fucking laptops, gaming
I've
laptops.
got lots of laptop gamers out there. My son loves his Razer.
Yeah,
It's old at this point, but still going.
a lot of Alienware stuff.
I don't know anything about Alienware. I don't know if that would be my first choice. Probably Razer.
Yeah, I mean, Alienware's got good product, but it's just expensive. You're paying
Yeah.
for it.
Leading, speaking of Alienware, they announced the world's first world premiere, Mayo, of a 6K monitor. 6K Mayo with an IPS black panel technology. The U322 4KB makes its entry as a 31.5-inch productivity display that packs a 6K resolution that is 6,144 by 3,456 pixels, a wide 178-degree viewing angle, VISA Display HDR 600 certification, and a 99% coverage of DCI P3 color gamuts. It also boasts a built-in 4K intelligent HDR webcam that uses a large CMOS sensor and multi-element lens to deliver clear images, as well as auto-framing and enhanced security features. Alongside a 60 Hz refresh rates and 5 millisecond response time, the height-adjustable monitor offers connectivity options with Thunderbolt 4, HDMI, DisplayPorts, etc. You can also have a picture-by-picture feature. And so, yeah, this is a fucking 6K monitor, Mayo.
Nice.
Not
There was
really graphics cards.
something I sent Mayo earlier in the week, and it was probably something that came from CES, but I didn't triple check it. What was the hertz on that monitor I sent you? Was it 500 hertz?
Yeah, there's this one. Yep. They unveiled that's the Alienware AW2524H 500 hertz monitor. This is a 24.5-inch gaming monitor,
Ooh,
which offers
I
a
like.
0.5 millisecond response time, full HD resolution, that's 1080p, TUV certification, and so there's that. That's crazy. 500 hertz.
Yeah, I
Who
want it.
needs that? How can you even reach that? I guess with the 4090, right? You're playing at 1080p.
Yeah. Well, even then, it's like these newer cards, they don't perform as well at 1080p. Like you
Yeah.
don't have this crazy like jump over what like say like a 3090. The 4090 isn't that much better at 1080p. You notice it more on the 4K and the 1440. Like the higher the resolution, the bigger the difference is. But the lower the resolution, the closer the cards are.
Oh.
So even if you're playing at 1080p, you're probably not. You might be able to get those frames, but you might be able to do it with a lower card even.
Hmm.
And how say playing something like Counter-Strike on absolutely the lowest setting, at 1080p.
Hmm. Yeah, who knows? See what happens with all these new stuff. And the last piece of news that I have for you fellas, or second to last. So there's a YouTuber named Donkey. And last year, Mayo, Donkey announced that he was launching Big Mode. This is going to be a publishing company aimed at bringing promising indie titles to the market. And now it has been revealed that they are publishing their very first game. It's going to be called Animal Well. This is going to be a Metroidvania game in development for the Steam platform and exclusive to the PlayStation 5. Animal Well was originally announced back in February of 2022 on the official PlayStation blog as one of the 7 indie titles coming to PlayStation consoles. You get to explore a dense and interconnected labyrinth and unravel its many secrets. Collect items to manipulate your environment in surprising and meaningful ways. Encounter creatures both beautiful and unsettling as you attempt to survive what lurks in the dark. And there is more than what you see. so. Yeah. This guy's apparently he's a YouTuber, and he says that he got tired of being just on YouTube and
You
like
wanted to make a
making.
game.
He got tired of just playing games and making YouTube money. So he's like, I got enough money to launch my own publishing company, so I'm going to, and he did.
Nice.
Um. So yeah.
Dream big, baby.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of good hidden gems on there. Steam and each console. Those are all the good fillers. But anyway, guys, it's time for me to go.
Oh,
Late.
was it? What?
I'm gonna go
Oh
see what
wow.
Amazon Santa Claus brought me. No, I didn't hear the buzzer, so I didn't get. I don't know if I'm getting my gift for tomorrow, man. Well, I
Hmm.
might get it tomorrow, but not tonight. So, but anyway, guys, go find me over on the Xbox and over on Steam and GOG and all those other launchers. Epic under gamertag Gunny Chief on the PlayStation HGP _ Gunny. Peace out, guys. I'm out of here.
Bye, Gunny.
Hey, Gunny.
In other news, PlayStation has unveiled Project Leonardo. Mayo. Leonardo is a highly customizable accessibility controller kit unveiled during its CES presentation. It is designed to remove barriers to gaming and help players with disabilities play more easily. This looks like a weird controller. Have you looked at this thing?
No.
It's like a. It's fucking weird, man. It looks. But I guess it's for disabled people, so I guess it makes sense the way they designed it. But it looks weird.
Kind of like something like what Microsoft did with theirs back in a while
Yeah.
back. Remember they had that special needs
Yeah.
controller.
So that's what this is. Yeah, pretty much it's the same idea. You have customization for the hardware. You can move things. You can map the different buttons. You can store profiles on there, and yeah. So there's that. Uh, that's cool. I'm glad they finally got on board, even though Microsoft did this like fucking 4 years ago.
Right?
What else do we have? Um, that's it. That's all I have for news.
There was something that just popped in my mind. I was going to ask if you saw it, but I don't remember what it was now.
I don't know.
You see the new 4070 Ti's come out?
Yeah, right. Yeah, those things aren't selling very well.
Yeah, well, the price point is kind of weird.
It is.
So they're like eight to 900 range,
Mm-hmm.
and they're getting about 20 to 30 frames less than the 4080.
So why would you buy it?
I mean, the 4080 is like 1400 right now. But more like 12. Like some are 12, some are 14. So it's like $300 or $400 difference for 20 frames, maybe 30 frames sometimes. It's a lot of money. I should watch the comparisons between that and like a 30 series or like in my case 20 series and see how much of a bump it would be for me. The nice thing is it doesn't require as much power draw, so you don't have to really upgrade your power supply
Yeah.
if you're still running a lower spec power supply.
Yeah, I'm looking at their website. Let's see if I can buy it.
Yeah, I'm looking at
So,
Micro Center has them right now in stock. I could go get one tomorrow.
yeah, like they're pretty easy to find.
Yeah, they have about 20 of them in stock at Micro Center right now.
Insane. I don't know, man.
They also have one 390 hertz monitor.
There you go. Go buy it. Go buy it
Not
and buy the
not that expensive really. It's
buy the cheap.
1080p, 390 hertz, $299.
Pretty cheap.
Not bad.
Do we have any community questions?
We had some from last week we can pull up, and then Nico had mentioned something in the Discord, and I've seen it as kind of a repeat question. Let me find it on the Discord here real quick. Where it is? There it is. Nico wants to know, Jesus, is there going to be a Game of the Year show? And this question was also asked on the Facebook group. I know we kind of talked about that initially. I mentioned something about it earlier, and we were kind of like, it's kind of hard for us to get together right now as is for the shows. It would be hard to get together to do a long show.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be very difficult. I don't see us doing like a fucking 10-hour show, man. There's no way. How in the hell are we gonna do that?
I mean, it wouldn't have to be 10 hours, but it would be a longer show, you know. And
It would
plus,
be
we have
like
to put the questionnaires together and
5,
the surveys and all that kind of stuff. It'd be
6 hours, 7 hours. How are we gonna do that? How long has this show been? 4 hours?
3.5.
Okay. Well, add another hour to this. That's how long it would be,
Well,
probably.
we could probably do something a little smaller than what we typically did. Maybe give our picks or whatever,
Yeah.
and just kind of go through something small instead of doing like the poll we used to do and all that kind of stuff, and give everybody's answers to the poll. And
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the thing is, I don't even know what really came out last year that I liked.
yeah, we'd have to do a little bit of research. Really
I would
start
have
writing it
to
down.
really start looking into that because I don't remember shit. Shit that I played last year. Last year, I didn't play much. I don't feel like I did.
Yeah. Then the next question Nico has on here, Jesus, and it kind of goes with that. He said you guys have gotten your Steam or from Steam your year in review. What was everyone's number one game?
Oh, fuck. I haven't even seen mine. Have you seen yours?
Yeah. So mine, while you're trying to look up yours, I think if you launch Steam, it should show you. There's a way to look it up in the drop down, I think, in the top. I think you have to go to the Steam store if you're on the desktop, and you can find it in there. Mine was actually my number one game, and it's hard to believe that it was only last year when I played this, or it seemed like it was longer ago. My number one playtime game, I think, was Guardians of the Galaxy,
Oh, wow.
and then Spider-Man was right there with it. So both those two games were like my top two for like hours played.
Hmm.
And then I'm trying to remember what some of the stats were, like how many different titles I had played. You know, and I think almost 50% of my titles were newer release games, which isn't surprising considering we're always picking up stuff for the podcast. So like that's not surprising to me at all. But what was surprising, it compares you to other Steam users, and it was like the average Steam user plays 5 new titles a year or something like that, or I can't remember what some of it was, or their achievements and stuff like that. But some of the numbers seemed really low.
Yeah, it says you played 32 games. Steam average is 5.
Yeah.
5? What the fuck?
How many people would just play 5 games on Steam?
I guess they only play what? Fucking Counter Strike, Dota, and League of Legends.
Well, League
My
of
most
Legends
played
isn't on there, is
game.
it?
I don't know. Oh, you're
No,
right.
it's
It's
not.
not on there. Battlefield was my most played game. Battlefield 2042. I had 40% of my playtime. Number 2 was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which is wild because that game didn't come out till the end of the year. That has 19% of my game time. And my third game was Ready or Not with 11% of my game time. 83% of my games were played with mouse and keyboard. What else? Added 4 new friends. Oh, wow. Earned a new badge. Whatever. I unlocked. Let's see here. Your longest daily streak of gaming was 15 days. What else? Mm. Homeless is now an option. Got 5% of my game time. World War III got 6%. Oh, my achievements. I unlocked 106. The Steam average is 21. Longest streak was 15 days. Steam average is 9. And new releases. 47% of the games that I played were released in
That's
2022.
kind of like mine. I was right just underneath 50, I think.
And 17% of
there.
games the average player on Steam plays were released in 2022. So, yeah.
It's always nice to kind of see that, your little review.
It's kind of cool to see all this. And ready or not, it goes like January really high in February, then it drops a little bit, drops a lot in March, goes back up in April, like nothing in May, goes back up in June. July drops, August goes up a lot, September drops to nothing, October, nothing really, November, nothing, and then December it picks back up.
Updates.
Yeah. Then ready or not, no, World War III, it goes from March a little bit, April a lot, May nothing, June a lot, July nothing, then September and October a little bit. And then, yeah, my most playtime was in November. That's 21% of my playtime for the whole year. So it goes a lot in January, some in February, March. July was my lowest playtime. July was like nothing. 1% of my playtime was in July.
Pull mine up. Yeah, so mine is May, my lowest.
Mine was July. May was 5% of my playtime.
And my most was March.
No, my most was November, dude. I put so much time in November. Like, it fucking skyrockets in November. It goes up from like August. It goes up like an uphill trend all the way to November. And then it drops a lot in December. Like, it looks like I was playing a lot in August, September, October, and then all the way up in November. And then fucking December, it goes down to like lower than even June. It goes to like June status. That's wild.
And then one that kind of surprised me was 41% of my playtime was with a controller. And that's
Really?
more with mouse keyboard kind of guy. But the games I played the most this year was Spider-Man controller. I
Yeah,
used the
true.
PS5. Guardians of the Galaxy, I used the Xbox controller for. I played a lot of Castle Crashers, evidently, with my son. We were playing through that some. And then Elden Ring and Dead Cells. So, all controller games. I mean,
Yeah,
Elden
for
Ring could
me,
have been mouse keyboard, but
17% of my playtime was with the controllers. Apparently, I played Battlefield a lot with the
with the
controller.
controller.
Well, I don't think it was that. I think it counts that because I would turn it on to like fly the helicopters and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the controller, would stay on, even though I would die and go back to the mouse and keyboard. The controller stays on, so I'm assuming it probably counted that as like, oh, you're playing with the controller. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I'm assuming happened there. Because I don't fly the vehicle, like I don't fly the helicopters with the fucking keyboard and mouse. I can, but I fucking suck at it, and I'm not that good at it. I'm way better with the controller flying the helicopters and stuff.
Yeah. That controls on mouse keyboard's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's fucking hard.
Using the mouse to
Um,
steer kind of is what gets you.
but it goes
They stick your camera.
61% Battlefield, 19% Cyberpunk, 18% Cult of the Lamb, and then like Police Simulator is like 1%. And apparently I played Titanfall 2 this year.
Oh, you were practicing for
Oh, I was. I was gonna try to play Jonathan or something, wasn't I?
yeah, you were practicing. The Patreon challenge.
I wish that was crossplay somehow. I wish there was more people playing that game. I wish, dude, we need a Titanfall 3, man.
Definitely.
I just don't think it's ever going to happen because of Apex.
Yeah, Apex just seems to be too popular.
I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think Apex, the popularity of Apex killed Titanfall.
Mm-hmm.
And that really fucking sucks. Because Titanfall is such a good shooter. It is really fucking good. The movement is fun. The Titans are fun. It is cool as shit to call in a Titan. Like that game could be like the next Call of Duty style game, like heavy Call of Duty. Like what doesn't if I was fucking Sony, I'd be like, fuck you, Xbox, take Call of Duty. We'll just make a fucking deal with EA to get Titanfall 3 exclusively on PlayStation.
There you go.
Why not do that? And like make Titanfall exclusive to the PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like make a deal with Microsoft and say, okay, we'll keep Call of Duty for 10 years. And sometime in those 10 years, release Titanfall 3 on the fucking PlayStation as an exclusive. And there you go. Problem fucking solved. And you keep all the Titanfalls exclusive on PlayStation. EA would do that deal. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
EA doesn't give a shit. They like the money. But who knows?
Jesus, Nico also wants to know. He says, "What are your gaming resolutions for this year?" He said, "Do you want to try samples?" He goes, "Do you want to try new genres? Maybe get all the achievements in 5 games, revisit old favorites."
Oh man, that's a good tough one. I really want to game more. I don't know if I would say try new genres, but maybe try to like I guess explore some new genres because there's so many out there. You know, like I tend to be a first person shooter guy, but I also really like games like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is not really a
Right.
shooter game. It's more like
It's a big open world adventure.
like an RPG adventure game, right? Like you're kind of role playing in that game. You know, I know that Red Dead is not considered like an RPG, but it kind of really is, you know, because you're fucking role playing a cowboy,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, it's kind of like Ghost of Tsushima. It's like you're role playing the samurai. It's almost
Yeah,
similar in that aspect, except for one's a cowboy and one's a samurai.
yeah, but the thing about Ghost of Tsushima is more like everywhere you go, there's action.
Yeah.
In Red Dead, you can literally be in that world and never get into a fight, and never kill anyone. You know what I mean? If you really wanted to, you could avoid all that. I mean, yes, there's times where like someone will come and attack you, or like the rival gang shows up and they start trying to rob you or shoot you,
Or the broken down wagon.
or the
that you
broken
help.
down wagons, or you like all that shit that happens, right? But like, other than that, like that game is really like a role playing game that, like, you know. So I like those, and I like games, for example, like Frostpunk and Be Castled, like those strategy
Or you got
building.
the one that's caught my eye again for just recently. You played this before, Jesus, and I heard somebody else talking about it again the other day, and it kind of piqued my interest again. Not for broadcast, kind of piqued my
Yeah,
interest. I kind of
yeah,
like I kind of want to get that actually and play
those
it.
are fun games, man. Those are that game is
Unique.
actually pretty fun, unique. Like, I actually ended up downloading that Immortality game on the Game Pass because I want to give that a shot. You know, I want to like kind of expand what I play. I don't see myself getting into games that are like weird, I guess. Like, I don't see myself playing any of those dating simulators or like any of that
Right.
shit. I don't want to do that. It doesn't seem fun. Like maybe it could be fun. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Maybe I would like it. I don't fucking know. But I don't see myself trying that. I do want to, as a gaming goal, I guess, in terms of like things that I want or things that I want to play, or I kind of want to get a PS5 this year. I think I think I'm going to. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I think at some point in the next year, I guess this year, I'll be getting a PS5, which they're kind of easy to come by now. Um, I think I'll be picking one up whenever. What's the next big Sony game dropping? Like, what's the next big game?
Well, that Forsaken I was talking about is a Sony exclusive or console
Man,
exclusive, but that's not
that
nothing worth.
doesn't really pique my interest.
Spider-Man?
I guess Spider-Man or like Death Stranding too, right? Like,
That's not until next year. So
is that till next year?
yeah, I think it's supposed to be next year. I think.
I thought it was this fall.
Yeah. Well, if it is this fall, I bet it gets pushed back till next year. So
Well, probably. Oh yeah, you're most likely right. It's probably is going to get pushed back. But yeah, like say Spider-Man comes out later this year, I'm definitely getting a PS5 probably for that. Um, and I want to. I don't need an Xbox. Like people keep telling me, get an Xbox. Why? Like I don't feel like I need it.
no, really, no need.
There's no exclusives. I could play them all on the PC. There's no need for an Xbox. Um, I mean, if I find one, maybe, like if Xbox had a price drop, say they dropped their prices to 400, which I could see that happening this year. Then yeah, maybe, but I could also see that not happening, right? I could be like, they could be like, "Fuck you! Why do we want to? Why drop our prices?" You know?
Right. Well, these
But
apps and maybe possible dongles coming out down the road, maybe
yeah,
they're
maybe.
gonna have to drop prices because it's like, do you sell one
Mm,
for 500 or do you let somebody have it for free? Like I'm not free, but I'm paying for Game Pass, and I'm playing on my TV.
true. But the thing is, with that, you're only playing the Game Pass games. You can't technically buy like
Right.
you can't buy Starfield, or I get because you don't have to buy Starfield because it's on Game
It's on Game
Pass.
Pass, right?
Fuck. I guess you're right. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do, right? Because you're right. They're fucking themselves over because they put everything on Game Pass. So it's like Game Pass is the console they want to sell. They're not trying
Right.
to sell
Yeah,
consoles anymore.
they're not trying to sell Xboxes. They're selling Game Pass. Let's be
Yeah,
real.
there's Xbox is Game Pass, guys. That's what it
Yes.
is. It's no
Yeah,
longer a
it's
console.
it's not a console
It's not a console anymore. It's just fucking Game Pass.
service.
My PC is an Xbox, pretty much. Okay,
Yep.
because I have Game Pass on here. That's what it is. Your TV is an Xbox as well, Mayo.
It is now. It is.
But yeah, like I don't see myself buying an Xbox. You know what? The console that I kind of want to get again, the Switch.
No, yeah.
I don't know why.
I still play mine occasionally.
That thing is like I've had two of them, maybe three of them.
Well, you have that new Pokemon game that came out. That's why you
I,
want it.
I probably do honestly. I probably want it because of some Pokemon shit that I saw or something. I don't know.
Speaking of, I don't know if it's true or not. I was looking at TikTok last night with my son,
Yeah.
and one came up, and this guy was making reference that it's leaked or talked about. My son didn't know, but Pokemon is going to be in Fortnite.
Oh really?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's true or not.
That's
But
huge. Can
we
you
did,
imagine it?
but
Can you imagine having like a little Pikachu running with you?
yeah, they showed a little trailer, and we don't know if it was like fan made or not. And it showed some like Fortnite people fighting, and then they come across, is it Ash
Yeah.
with Pikachu? Is that the guy's name? I don't know my
Mm.
Pokemon that well. And then it shows Ash and Pikachu on the road, and he's like, "Hey!"
Oh, that'd be fucking
Goes out,
cool.
like a dragon too, like a big dragon comes out. I'm running with him.
Charizard.
Yeah, So
Yeah.
I don't know. Like
Dude,
I
can
would.
you imagine you get to pick like whatever like starter Pokemon and like it runs around with you. Like you can have a Bulbasaur or a fucking Charmander or a Pikachu. Because those are like the main starter ones, right?
Mhm.
I like those are the classic starter ones, I guess I would say. I don't know about nowadays because I haven't watched the anime or whatever in like forever. But apparently it ended like last month. They released the last episode for the Ash story, they said. After like 24 years of it being fucking running or whatever, they released the last episode where Ash finally becomes like the Pokemon master or whatever. Like he wins the championship or whatever. But It would be fucking cool, man. Be in there like running around with the Pikachu, fucking Charmander, fucking Bulbasaur, fucking Squirtle.
Right.
Yeah. Kumbay was like, what the fuck is a Squirtle?
Actually. Just chat. I'm gonna link you the video. I think
That's cool, man.
this should play for you in chat on the Discord chat, but
Nice.
I'm not sure if it's real or not. This article's kind of talking about it. There's a lot to read. I can't really. Just trying to skip through it.
Yeah, I'm afraid to open this.
It's just a Twitter link, I think. Their ending on the article is just saying, for now, we'll have to wait and see. Nevertheless, the potential Pokemon in Fortnite is the ultimate example of never say never phase.
Yeah. And you know what? Well, they couldn't make it. I was like, could they make that exclusive to the Nintendo Switch? No, but they could see some bundles of like the Switch coming out with like, oh, buy a Switch and you get this special Pokemon skin.
Oh yeah, only on the Switch.
Only if you buy this Nintendo Switch console. You know how Xbox does that all the time, where like if you buy an Xbox Series X, you get like some
Chief skin for something.
some skin or something. Yeah, like maybe they'll do that for this. Yeah, but those are like my gaming resolutions this year. Like, get a PS5, most likely. Play more different games. Finish more games.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Mine's definitely finish more games. Finish these PlayStation exclusives. You know, like these ones I missed out on. Catching up on that backlog.
Dude, have you played The Last of Us?
No, actually, I was gonna ask you. Do you think I should pick up that new remake on that? It's like what, $50
Yes.
or something? But that
Oof.
PS5 remake one, it looked really good.
You never played it, right?
I played like 3 or 4 hours of it, of the first one, when I was borrowing a friend's PlayStation. So it says my account has some time on it, but the
I
PS4.
would maybe.
I just escaped the city, I think, is where I was at. I was starting to fight the clickers, I think, maybe. Having to deal with those a little more.
Okay.
I remember like being like a subway with a bunch of water, getting out of that area.
Yeah.
But I don't remember. I remember just getting to a forest, and that's where like I stopped. Like I was just outside the city.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably like 5 hours in.
I would say yes. Because that game is really good.
I just wait a little while and continue to play this backlog that I have now, and then maybe.
Yeah, see if it goes on sale. Because it was on sale not that long. Because Brink just got a PS5. So Brink ended up buying. I think he bought that one for $10. It was on sale for like $10.
The new remake one.
Yeah.
There's like the PS4 remake, and then there's like this one that's completely redone for PS5.
I don't know. I think it was the PS5 one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious. I didn't, because it looked like $40 or $50.
And I know the last two, there's also like a PS5 version, but that one doesn't matter which one you buy, because that was the one of the only games that PlayStation released the update for like the PS5 version for free, because people were complaining that like what the fuck you mean we have to pay for this again? And because Xbox was doing all that free upgrade shit, so Sony was like, yeah, I guess we'll give you a free update on this one or whatever. But I would definitely suggest you play that series, dude. That series is fucking amazing.
I ran across a Digital Foundry episode on YouTube, right? And they were doing the top graphics of last year, 2022. And the top 3 kind of surprised me, but there was some that was mentioned in there. The Last of Us remake for PS5 was mentioned. The top 3, I can't remember the exact order, but some of the games that was mentioned in there, right, Jesus? And number 3, I do remember this one very distinctly because I did not know this game came out. I haven't watched my Steam news here recently. Is they remade Portal with ray tracing.
They did?
It's Portal RTX. If you own the first Portal, you get it. Actually, I did not own the first Portal. I had the second one. I'd look at it on my library, and I actually ended up buying it tonight. just so I can mess around with the ray tracing version of it. Like I beat it already. But I think I beat it on the orange box set on my very, very, very first Steam account. I had another account a long time ago, and it was tied to a junk email I didn't even know, and I didn't even have a regular computer. They very well. This is like early days, and but I think when the orange box first came out, even, and I had lost that. And that was like the only game I owned on Steam, but I finished that Portal. And then Portal 2, of course, was great. But so I went ahead and just added it to my library because it actually only cost me like $7 because I already owned it.
Brink actually was telling me he went through that whole game again.
He bought it the day the update came out. I said December 8th is when the update came out.
When with the whole RTX, he went through it again.
Yeah, it looks it looked really, really cool.
He said it looks like a modern fucking game. He said it looks like a new game, dude. Like if you've never played that game, just buy it.
One of the other mentions of the games that kind of surprised me, I did not expect, was Fortnite was one of the top graphics. With Fortnite cranked all the way up with the new Unreal Engine 5.1 with Nanite and Lumen?
Yeah.
I think it looks amazing. They're showing a difference between with and without, and the lighting and the ray tracing. Pretty impressive, actually. It looks really good if you have the game turned up graphically.
The lighting now is more natural. It's more realistic.
Reflections in the water and all that stuff is really good. So that was one I mentioned. I think number 2 overall was Callisto Protocol. Was their and their number ones. I own this game. It's a PS5 game. It was Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West.
The new one.
That was their number 1. Yeah, talking about the stuff that they did on that. Like just the detail was really good. Like not necessarily like, I don't know what's the word. Like they did a lot of detail now. So they said when you walk grass compared to the old one, the grass didn't really interact with you on the PlayStation on the old one. This one it bends and breaks, and even the animals when they run around, affects the grass. And they said if you zoom in on things, everything is really, really detailed.
That's one thing about Sony and their games. They always pay attention to those small
little details,
small little fucking bullshit details that you would never think of looking at. But like even in The Last of Us 2, when I was playing that game, the same thing when you walk through the grass, like the way the grass blades move, and also like just dumb shit when like you have a bow and arrow, like you have your quiver like in the back, like the little arrows that are in there, they fucking move when you're walking around. They like shift, and you're like, that's so fucking stupid and pointless. But when you notice it, it's just like, damn, that looks fucking cool. When you actually notice it, you're like, fuck, they thought about this? It's kind of wild.
Yeah, I'm kind of anxious to fire that game up too. I'm not sure when I'm going to get to it. I bought it. Like I have the physical copy of it.
Yeah.
I told Edward he could try and play it for a while if he wanted, but he hasn't gotten to it either. He's been too busy playing Call of Duty. But
Last of Us 2 is amazing.
Yeah, so I might pick up The Last of Us, the first one, and then maybe the second one. Just that way I have them. The second one is on the PS Network, I think, maybe.
Maybe. The second one, what I love about that game is that it actually puts you in the perspective of you play the first half as Ellie, like in the good guy side, but then they turn around and like halfway through the game, you switch perspectives and you start the game over from the beginning as the other chick is is it Abby? I forget her fucking name. I think it's Abby. But you play as the bad guys, but you realize that like there is no good guy and bad guy in this world. Everyone is bad.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like I've always said, who's the bad guy in Star Wars? Like, really? Like, is there like every bad guy in their own fucking head thinks they're the good guy?
Right. Yeah, they don't go in thinking, "Hey, I'm the bad guy."
No one in the history of the world thinks they're the bad guy, even though they are the bad guy. No one did they ever think, "Oh, we're the bad guys." Maybe. No, you don't think that. You're just doing things, and then you realize, "Oh fuck, we're the bad guys right now." But yeah, so that game was really cool with that perspective. I really liked that. And then at the end of the game, it really fucks with you, man, because you're just like what just happened here?
Right.
That ending to that game is so good, but that game takes a while to beat. I feel like.
I felt like Ghost of Tsushima did, and I actually looked at it, and I did pretty well, I guess, because I said it was only 30 some hours, and I said I
That's
didn't
pretty good.
do the main quest or nothing like that, or just any of the side quests. I did some
Yeah.
early on, and then I deviated. But just a couple more questions, Jesus. We got a couple on Facebook. Jason Sams, he says, "Do you think Sony has another first party hidden gem that they haven't revealed yet for 2023, or are we just going to get Spider-Man 2? And if it's going to be a weak year for Sony, Final Fantasy 16 doesn't actually count because it's Square Enix."
Huh.
I think they might throw something out there.
Like what?
I don't know. Maybe some random game that we don't know about. Like Ghost of Tsushima was before the Ghost of Tsushima came out. Something's just gonna pop out. Maybe they've been working on that we haven't heard. They have a lot of studios,
Yeah.
so maybe they might have something pop out besides just Spider-Man.
I'm trying to think of what's coming out, but you're right. It's just that Final Fantasy and Spider-Man game.
I think they'll have something kind of pop out. They gotta have some kind of holiday hit, right? I mean, Spider-Man, but there's gotta be more than that.
That a new Assassin's Creed is coming out this year.
Yeah, that's about right.
Diablo 4. There's a fucking Wolverine game coming out. Seems interesting. There's also a KOTOR remake, but no release date. Dead Island 2 comes out in March or April? What? That new Jedi Survivor looks pretty cool. I'm gonna get that. Skull and Bones is finally releasing.
Yeah, that's supposed to be is that a PS console exclusive or no?
No.
It was. Because I was like, oh, that's weird that it went to PS5 only.
Maybe it is. I mean, who the fuck knows?
But yeah, I don't know. I think they will. I think something will pop up. Or something that's gonna come out that's gonna be really well liked by somebody. Somebody's gonna make something.
Yeah.
Then we have let's see. We have a question from Brian Tulp Jr. under Jesus. He says, "Yeah, you get trapped in a time warp and can only play one game from last year endlessly. Nothing else. What game are you going with?"
From last year.
I'm gonna say Elden Ring.
You're gonna play Elden Ring endlessly?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long game. There's a lot to do. I mean,
I have no idea, man. I can't think of a game that I'd want to play from last year endlessly.
yeah, that's like more of a torture, right?
Yeah. I mean, Elden Ring is not a bad choice because I guess you eventually would get good enough at it.
Yeah, and there's a lot to explore and see, and
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I'm looking at the games that released last year, and not a whole lot of good stuff on here.
I mean, you could say like God of War, but that game would get repetitive after a while. If you had played for a year,
Yeah.
it's very linear.
Can I play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 online for a year? Could do that.
Warzone 2.0. No, I'm kidding. That's cheating over there, Jesus.
That's a game that came out last year. Dude, Rainbow Six Extraction came out last year.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that game.
What? What the fuck? I'm looking at these games that came out last year, and I completely forgot. Hey, have you guys seen that new trailer for the new Gran Turismo movie?
No.
Yeah, there's a Gran Turismo movie coming out, Mayo, and it's a legit Sony Gran Turismo movie.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's about a guy who's racing the Gran Turismo.
I like my car movies. Maybe I'll like it. As long as they don't get crazy like Fast and Furious.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like he's like a
Planet.
like a race car driver, like on a track.
Yeah, I mean they made a Need for Speed movie, right? So
They did?
yes,
When?
yeah. It had they had a bunch of the Kunisegs in it. It had 3 Kuniseg Rugeras in it.
What?
Yeah,
When the fuck did that come out?
I'm looking it up right now.
Fuck. Need for Speed movie.
14.
What? 2014?
Yeah,
How come I've never seen this movie?
it's not bad actually.
Shut the fuck. I need to go watch. I'm gonna go watch this tonight.
Like a race car movie. It's not a bad movie.
I'm gonna find it. Is it on Netflix or something?
I did watch it on one of those streaming platforms a long time ago.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can.
I'm still looking for a game to play for the whole year, and I don't know. Nothing's good.
I'm looking
You know,
to find it for you, Jesus.
you know what I find funny on the Steam charts when I'm looking at the Steam, like on the Steam store, like the number one top seller. It shows the Steam Deck as the number one top seller. I'm like, yeah, of course, I would put my own hardware on the top number one as well if I was fucking selling something. I'd be like, yeah, guys, everyone's buying the Steam Deck. We can't keep these things on the shelf. They're so hard to keep on the shelf. Fucking Steam.
Try Disney Plus.
Okay, I got Disney Plus.
Sounds like it's a Disney movie. So
How the fuck is that a Disney movie?
I don't know.
What? Need for Speed? What? How did Need for Speed end up being a Disney movie? What?
Says
You fucking.
theater, blah blah blah, and this film was released by Walt Disney Studio Motion Pictures through Touchstone Pictures banner on March 2014.
Oh, good lord! It is on Disney Plus. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna watch it tonight. I'm gonna watch Need for Speed tonight, boys. I'm gonna eat some Oreos. Some
Nah.
Oreos in a bowl with milk. And I'm gonna watch fucking Need for Speed.
All right. Before you do that, Jesus, we got 2 more questions. One we already answered. Our friend Ryan Gibson, good old Gib 877 over here, wants to know will there be a Game of the Year show this year. We hit that one already. So, and then the last question we have is from good old Mark Cox, and from over at this Xbox Live. He said, "What question do you want us to ask? Huh? See what I did there? Have a great show, guys. My real question is, what game are you most looking forward to in 23?"
Oh, Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, either that or Spider-Man for me.
But like coming out like really soon, that Hogwarts game looks fucking cool. Dude, listen, man, I became a Harry Potter fan like not that long ago. I want to say like in 2019. I legit watched all the movies like in 1 week. Okay, I went to HBO and I fucking watched everything like in 1 week, man. I watched the first movie like on Monday, second movie like on Tuesday. Like it was like a week-long fucking event for me, man. Okay, and like I went fucking Harry Potter nuts, bro. Like I fucking love those movies, and now I'm a Harry Potter fan,
Oh, there you go.
and I really want to play that fucking game. Okay, that game looks cool as fuck. So I'm gonna play the fuck out of that game. You know, I was thinking of what house I want to join because you know they have like all the not the houses, but they are called houses in the book, aren't they? Yeah, they are.
Oh.
Yeah, whatever house I want to join. I was like thinking, what do I want to join? I don't want to join no pussy fucking shit. I'm gonna join the bad guys, the Slytherin guys. The fucking snake fucking logo having people. Or maybe the Ravenclaws. I don't want to join that Gryffindor shit. I don't want to be running around with no nerd Harry Potter. Fuck him. Or the what's the other Hufflepuff? Is that what the other one's called? Oh man. You gotta rewatch those movies, Mail. Those are that's like,
My daughter really liked them, but I didn't really watch them that much.
Mail, you gotta watch them, Mail. You got HBO Max?
Yeah, I think they're on Peacock as well.
There
I
you
watch
go.
HBO Max because I get them in 4K HDR.
Yeah. Sit down with Edward. Make him watch all the Harry Potter movies with you. Make it an event. I would. I'd make that fucker be like, Edward, come here, you son bitch. We're gonna watch Harry Potter.
Tie him back down again, right?
break his ankle again. You're watching Harry Potter for a week. Oh fuck.
Lie to him. I tell him he can't be a true Ohioan until he watches Harry Potter. Then he'd be like, okay, I have to watch it then. Because he wants to be an Ohio guy really bad, Jesus.
He does. But that's all I have.
That's all we got.
That's all I have. That's all we got. Hey, Dead Space comes out like next week.
Oh yeah, they're remaking Dead Space.
It's out pretty soon, isn't it? Like next week?
Yeah, it's coming up.
Should I get that?
Like the 19th or something like that.
Yeah, I think it is the 19th. Dead Space remake. Let's see here. Dead Space coming out in January. If you pre-order right now, Mayo, on Steam, you get Dead Space 2 for free. That's only on the PC. If you want that on the Xbox, you have to pay an extra $20. Or on the PS5.
The 27th of January, according to Steam.
Also on that same day, Hitman 3 or the Hitman games or whatever, like the whatever Hitman, I think it's Hitman 3. But they're all kind of like bundled together now, right? That's getting a new update, Mail, where it's called the World of Hitman now.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get like a new update where it's all like it's like a whole bunch of new shit they added to the game with like a new like battle pass system to it. Not like a battle pass, but like a season pass system almost. But I think it's free. But like you go into like the world and like have to assassinate different characters, and it's not always like the main people that you may think of. It could be like some random guy at this bar that you have to find and kill. But he's surrounded by a bunch of people, so you have to figure out how to do it. Like all that stuff. It looks kind of cool, like the way they did it. It's kind of what I've always wanted Hitman to be. And it seems like they just went in and did it. And they're releasing this big update this month. So for the Hitman people out there, look forward to something to play. That's coming out the 27th as well. But we'll talk about that when it comes out. Anyways, where can people find you?
Oh yeah, you're gonna find me pretty much everywhere as the Mayo or the Mayo one. Just try one of those two options. Little old mayonnaise jar, same picture in all the profiles. So.
And for Gunny, find him everywhere else, Gunny Chief, I guess. And for me, find me on everything as Jesus Walks a Lot. Find me on Steam, find me on Xbox. I'm also on the PlayStation and on the Switch. I cannot be Jesus Walks a Lot, but I could be some number that I don't know.
What's binary for Jesus Walks a Lot?
I have no idea. I don't know. But yeah, go find me and add me. And speaking of Jesus, when I was playing Madden, you have to create a character to like start the franchise mode or whatever. Like it forces you to create one. And I was trying to give my guy the first name of Jesus, and it told me that I was using profanity.
Uh-oh.
It's like, you're using profanity. You cannot use that. And I'm like, what? So I tried to type it in again, right? I was like, maybe I thought I typed something else. So I deleted it and I typed it in again. And then I was like, no, you can't use profanity. Stop trying to use profanity. Don't use this. I don't know. I guess my name is Profanity. That's weird. But whatever. Those fucking EA guys, they don't know what they're doing.
No.
PlayStation did the same thing to me a long, long time ago. And
yeah, I remember you found out live that you could change it.
Yeah, that I could change it to Jesus Walks a Lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that episode.
That was wild. Anyways, bye everyone. We'll see you next week on the next week's edition of the Horrible Gamers podcast, where Gunny hopefully will be able to stay the whole show and he won't get in trouble, because it looked like his wife like hit him or something and the computer shut off.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I think he's dead. I think he's dead now. But anyways, we'll catch you next week. Peace out, Brussels sprouts. Have a good one. Bye everyone. Bye.
See ya.